edition of Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are St. Louis.
This is St. Louis Cardinals baseball, and tonight from Busch Stadium, it's the Chicago Cubs and the St. Louis Cardinals. Cardinals have won 5 straight against Chicago and 6 of their last 7 against the Cubbies. Cardinals scoring a lot of runs, and their pitchers have been solid. And welcome to Cardinals baseball. That's the Matt Hungarian Al Raboski. I'm Dan McLaughlin. The Cubbies will throw Jeff Samardzija, and for St. Louis, it's Joe Kelly.
Joe Kelly keeps on getting the starts, and he always responds. 6 innings, he'll probably give up a couple runs, but he always keeps his team in the game, and he's very valuable.
Joe Kelly, last time out against the Pittsburgh Pirates on Saturday night, shut them down for his first win of the season, looking to go to 2-0 here this evening. It's the Cardinals, it's the Cubs, it's Ballpark Village with Pat Paris when we come back. And certainly for 3.5-year-old Elijah Owens, making a wish come true through the Make-A-Wish Foundation. Seth Maness, Elijah, well done. Across the street we go, Ballpark Village. Pat Paris. Cardinals baseball. What a night this should be. The Cubs in town for the first time in 2014. 5 reasons to watch tonight. We already know a great reason. The Cubs are in town. What about their leadoff man, Emilio Bonifacio? He's hitting .452. That's 4th best in the National League. Matt Holliday has just tore up the Chicago Cubs. 11 home runs against Chicago since 2011. Tops in MLB. Jeff Samardzija, he needs some run support. If he gets it, watch out. He's one of the top right-handers in their rotation. On the other side for St. Louis, it's their starter, Joe Kelly. And Joe is coming off a win last time against the Pittsburgh Pirates. You know he'll get you to the middle of the game. At that point, what will the score be? And if the Cardinals are on top at the end of the game, watch out. One of the top young right-handers in baseball is coming on. He's 3 for 3 in save opportunities, and that's Trevor Rosenthal. It's a beautiful night for baseball. Starting lineups in our first pitch coming up on your home of the Cardinals, Fox Sports Midwest. Ball is brought to you by Budweiser, designated driver, and enjoy the great times. It's Chevy Truck Month. Visit your Mid-America Chevy dealers to take advantage of Truck Month offers on the all-new Chevy Silverado. And by Menards. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. A trip down memory lane. The Cardinals Hall of Fame and Museum. Much of that dedicated to the greatest Cardinal of them all, Stan the Man. And welcome into Busch Stadium and Friday Night Baseball on Fox Sports Midwest. Rick Renteria is the new manager of the Cubs. Here's a look at his lineup. A lot of lefties switch hitting. Emilio Bonifacio will lead it off, and then Valbuena, Rizzo, Shearholtz, Sweeney, Castro, Kalish, Castillo, and the pitcher batting ninth, Jeff Samardzija, against right-hander Joe Kelly. Last time out, Joe Kelly a winner, and he is our Kia starter for St. Louis.
Well, it's amazing. Joe Kelly just goes out there every time. He'll take the ball every 5th day, and he'll usually get you to the 5th inning. Only one time in his career starts did he fail to go 5 innings. Won't go much past that, but he'll do his job, keep you in a ball game, maybe give up a couple runs, but he has a great confidence in his ability.
The Cubs have a different look with their away uniforms. The old school lettering across the chest as Emilio Bonifacio will lead it off for Chicago. This guy has just been on an absolute tear, and the legend of Emilio continues to grow.
You're absolutely right. He had 11 hits in the first 3 games in Pittsburgh. Now has 19. That's tied for the most. And he's also a big force when he gets on base. He stole 7 of 8 bases already.
He's played so well that Darwin Barney, who had been their regular last couple of years, even won a Gold Glove, has been on the bench. And we're underway in this series as the first pitch is taken low and away.
Bonifacio was released by Kansas City last year. Came over here as an insurance policy. He could play the outfield and infield positions, but they never expect him to take over second.
2-0. On the year, hitting .452, 4th best in the National League. No home runs and a pair of RBIs. Joe Kelly, as we've seen before, will go deep into a lot of counts, and that's why he's not gone deep into a lot of games. 2-2.
You know, his pitch count gets up there. Part of that reason is what you're saying, deep into counts. And he'll give up his share of base runners. But he also has that good sinking fastball, can get his fair share of ground ball, double plays. And he just goes out there and really competes.
He's got some guts, doesn't he?
He sure does. And he enjoys what he's doing.
Fun guy to be around him. Ooh, just missed inside. Bonifacio, one of 6 left-handed batters for Joe Kelly. Carpenter makes the play, 1 away. Around the Horn is brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. Holiday, left fielder, here tonight. And in center field, Peter Borges. Alan Craig, after basically 2 days off, is in right. Carpenter, Peralta on the left side of the infield. Wong and Adams on the right side. Yachty behind the plate. Last 5 games, the Cardinals have committed just 1 error.
That's more indicative of the defense that Mike Matheny's team has. Really much better defense, outfield and infield.
And a fastball right down the middle. Luis Valbuena at the plate. And the breaking ball as Kelly will take it himself. Underhands to Matt Adams. 2 down. Umpires the ball game tonight. There's a look at Gabe Morales calling the balls and strikes. Mike Estabrook at first. Jerry Lane is the crew chief. He's at second. Hunter Wendelstadt is at third. If you've been watching the Cardinals, you would know that instant replay has been instituted this year.
That's right. They have not had a challenge yet this year. And of course, Rick Renteria, the new Cubs manager, had the very first challenge in all of baseball. He also has another distinction. He was the first to get thrown out of a game this year.
This is Anthony Rizzo. Off to a good start. Multi-hit games in 4 of his last 5. And he's hitting .371. We know he's got power, 1 home run, 5 RBIs.
They say he's really using the entire field, hitting a lot of balls to the opposite field right now.
The 0-1.
One of the reasons why Joe Kelly's had success against the Cubs, and he's been able to contain Rizzo and Starlin Castro. But both those guys are off to very good starts this year.
This is popped up. Center field. Peter Borges. 11 pitch first inning for Joe Kelly. The Cardinals coming up in the home half of the first here at Busch Stadium. Welcome back to Busch Stadium as Matt Carpenter will lead things off, followed by Colton Wong and Matt Holliday here in the first. Matt Adams leads the club in hits. Molina against Chicago. Great numbers with an even 300 average. Then Alan Craig, Johnny Peralta, Peter Borges, and Joe Kelly. Right-hander Jeff Samardzija. This guy can be awfully tough.
Well, you look at that 1.29 ERA and an 0-1 record. He is yet to get any run support this year. And if you go back to last year, he's made 4 consecutive starts with no run support.
And a fastball.
Now, why would he want to re-sign with the Cubs?
2 years left to go.
Yeah, they can't be a free agent until 2015. He'd like to stay. Cubs would like to sign him long term, but not at his asking price.
Comes a tricky situation from Jed Hoyer and Theo Epstein's perspective. What is he worth now as opposed to waiting potentially for maybe an injury or the trade deadline of this year or even next season?
He's a bargaining chip out there that they can go either way. They can keep him for the future, or they can see if they can cash him in and get 3 or 4 more prospects for him at the trade deadline.
The 2-1. A strike to Carpenter, who set the all-time Busch Stadium record with 112 hits a year ago at this ballpark, most ever in a single season.
Carpenter's really had his problems against Samardzija.
He's not the only one. Many of these Cardinals don't have those gaudy numbers. As he shoots it into left center field. Leadoff base hit from Matt Carpenter. Went down to get it. Look at the Cubs defensively. Kalish, Sweeney, Shearholtz in the outfield. Valbuena at third, Castro at short, Bonifacio at second, Anthony Rizzo good defensively at first, and Wellington Castillo is behind the plate. The 6th most errors in the National League last year for the Cubbies.
Colton Wong 1-2 off of Samardzija.
Alan, I think we're finally seeing a player that is somewhat relaxed.
Yes. And it took him a while. Last year he never was comfortable. Started spring 0 for 10, but then he took off. And I think now he's starting to settle in. You can see his entire game, and you can see why the Cardinal minor league system was so proud of him.
Third baseman Valbuena in on the grass at third. As Wong takes a ball low. 2 balls and no strikes. With a guy like Samardzija who can be so stingy, it is the first inning. Would you think about dropping down a bunt and sacrificing here?
Just sometimes when your bunting is part of your game, you'll get the defense conscious of it. See Valbuena, the third baseman, playing in. That'll open up hitting lanes.
2-0 pitch. Strike 1. Carpenter faked going to second base, then went back to the bag at first.
And Colton Wong just looked at him like, what was going on? But
exactly.
But the thing is I think Carpenter wanted to go, but didn't get a good jump. Got tangled up a little bit and started retreating back to the bag. If you don't have that jump, you can't just run blindly and run into an out. Castillo is a very good catcher back behind the plate. Strong throwing arm.
Shorter lead this time, and a 2-1 pitch. Line drive hit to Castro. Out at first base, and we may have an argument here. Carpenter's reaction, and that's what Mike Matheny said. I'm going to look at my players' reactions to various plays throughout the year as to whether or not I go out to argue. Let's see if he peeks back to his bench coach as well.
He'll kind of turn a little bit. Now he'll look to see if the Mike Aldretti and gets an affirmative up or down. whether it's with the challenge.
Too, Al.
Yeah. Well, they're all checking it out, and this is really the first time that the Cardinals have really had to consider it. And also remember, it's the first inning. You want to burn your challenge this early.
Oh, he's safe. That's part of the strategy of this. Is it really worth doing this in the first inning?
You have to think about that. Close play, bang, bang. It looked like when Carpenter went back to the bag, he's kind of his arm got stuck in the mud a little bit. It's just a bang, bang play. First inning, I don't think it's worth it.
So a double play. And here is Holiday since 2011. 11 home runs against Chicago. That's tops in Major League Baseball. Then 5 last year against the Cubs. And looking for his first of this season.
Matt, just a good hitter, has a ton of RBIs against the Cubs. And what else would you expect from one of the elite hitters in the game?
Little chopper hit to the left side. Balbuena. The stretch by Anthony Rizzo. The Hyundai replay. You decide at home. Out or safe? Some boos here at Busch Stadium as we head to a timeout. In St. Louis. Let's turn to Al's Toyota. Keys to the game.
Well, Samardzija throws mid-90s, but a lot of times now he's using those off-speed pitches to get hitters out on their front foot for those ground balls. When you're playing a club like the Cubs, you want to get ahead of them, stay ahead of them. They're a young club. They're still in a rebuilding phase. Yeah, they're major leaguers and they got a lot of pride, but usually if you can get on top of them, then you can kind of keep them down and they'll look tomorrow to come back and try and play you even.
Nate Scherholtz, Ryan Sweeney, and Starlin Castro for Chicago. An 11-pitch first inning for Joe Kelly. Coming into play tonight, there have been 47 challenges in Major League Baseball. 16 have been overturned. The average time in making these calls has been 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Lifted out to deep right center. Borges plenty of room for out number 1. The aim is 1:30, so 90 seconds. They hope to have that play ruled upon and moving on with the game. That's the goal.
That's a great goal. Also should have a goal of trying to play the game in 2 hours and 30 minutes. They'll never get there either. Not today.
Ryan Sweeney hitting 118. Mike Matheny was telling me the other day that this has turned into a whole different animal than we thought. Talking about replay, and in particular that first road trip that had some crazy plays at Cincinnati. We had a couple of plays that could have gone either way in Pittsburgh. And he actually had the Cardinals go through replay just to test it out in a non-game situation before a game. Make sure that they're still on par with what everybody is expected to do. The 2-1 pitch.
Well, they've said all along that it's going to be about a 3-year process, and trying to tweak it as some of the plays that have come up that they did not anticipate. And Dan, from what I noticed, it looks like one of the most glaring problems right now is the discernible catch, extracting the ball out of a glove. Because I've seen some replays that it used to be a catch, but now they're overruling it and saying that it's not a catch because the guy really didn't have control of the ball when he reached in to take it.
3-2 pitch. One of those plays happened with a right fielder who now is hurt, in Josh Hamilton. Hamilton is going to miss 6 to 8 weeks as he was sliding in headfirst to first base and hurt his thumb, so he may miss a couple of months. But that was one of those plays that he reached into his glove, made a routine catch, and then overruled. Broken bat and a base hit into right field.
Couple pitches here with these left-handers. It looks like Joe's trying to work down in the zone, and that ball is really on the shoe tops. Definition of a left-handed hitter predominantly are low ball hitters. There was a good example there.
Well, part of the rebuilding for Chicago undoubtedly is what happens with their shortstop Starlin Castro. And so far so good here in 2014. After a down season a year ago, he looks at a strike. He's hit safely in his last 7 games and batting .342 to start the year.
And he had a leg injury, a right hamstring pull in spring training. It only played in 1 game. So they were a little concerned about what type of start he'd get off to. And he's gotten off to a great one.
Oh, 1 pitch.
No doubt Castro has immense talent, and sometimes during the course of a game they criticize him defensively for his mind wandering. I think Rick Renteria and his coaching staff have done a good job of getting in his head, really making him feel how important he is to this ball club, working on those things defensively. And if you're hitting well, it has a tendency to help you in the defense.
1-1. Ground ball that's pulled foul. The way that it was described to me, Al, is that they've gotten him to be enthusiastic again about the game of baseball. And this is not to take anything away from Dale Swain, but Rick Renteria has gone with a different approach with both he and Rizzo to get them engaged again.
And you know what Dale Swain was able to communicate with certain players. Maybe Renteria will struggle with those, and Renteria's voice will be a soothing tone for some other guys. There's not one way. But I will say this: Dale Swain was a Marine, and that might be a little bit the way he ran his ball club. Nothing wrong with it.
1-2, and this could be 2. Out at second, out at first. 4-6-3 on the double play. Hashtag St. Louis fan photo, STL fan photo, for a chance to have it shown in an upcoming game broadcast. This is brought to you by AT&T. Matt Adams leads the team in hits with 12 this year. Already 5 multi-hit games. And after the series with Cincinnati, which he had 5 hits, 4 of those going to the opposite field, that pronounced shift is not there with Adams. He's taken a lot of balls the opposite way. This one he yanks down the right field line. That's fair. Into the corner it goes. Adams on his way to second base, standing up with a leadoff double. Looked to be a hanging breaking ball.
It was a breaking ball, kind of sat on the inner part of the plate, and he did what he's been doing. He went with the pitch. This is on the inner part. They're set up away, but look at the ball coming in. Astros glove was going inside, so he just pulls that one down in the corner.
Brings in Yadier Molina. He had 16 RBIs against Chicago last year, most on the team. And it's at this spot, few and far between, where he does not have a productive at bat, either hitting it to the right side or driving him in.
He's got 41 RBIs his last about 45 games against the Cubs. So, Yadi, you really just have to recognize what an offensive force he is now.
1 ball, 1 strike. Last season he had 460 against Chicago.
How relaxed he is.
One and 2 on Molina. So his career against Chicago since 2010, remarkable numbers.
And it's really kind of how he's evolved as a hitter. Last 3 years as a hitter, he's really become one of the very best at his position. And last year, the Silver Slugger Award.
And the ball scoots away. Adams on his way to third.
You're a pitcher out there, and a catcher tells you to bounce the ball. You usually have confidence that he's going to block it. See, giving that low target, he wants the ball down. He gets the breaking ball, but he didn't have the good enough technique to keep that in front of him. It's really what you're trying to do, is just keep the ball in front of you. Put the glove down between the legs, kind of smother the ball.
The 2-2 lined into the seats.
Samardzija, a big strikeout pitcher. He was one of those rare guys in the National League that could go over 200 innings and over 200 strikeouts. And he'd love to get a strikeout here.
Opponents hit just 255 against him last season, 213 innings. He had 8 wins and 13 losses. Here's a 2-2. Yadi with a fly ball into right. It's down, and the Cardinals have the lead. Molina drives in the first run of this series of the night, and it's 1-0 St. Louis.
Yadi drives in his 8th run of the season. That sinking line drive. You always worry about an outfielder. You always worry about an outfielder coming in on a ball like this. Uses his hands excellently to get the ball inside out, and goes off his glove. I thought at first he was going to stub his wrist into the ground, but almost makes a nice catch.
Molina up to 8 RBIs. He's now 10 for 18 against Samardzija. Here's the one guy, along with Johnny Peralta, that would like to get things going. Alan Craig. He is 3 for 31 and an 0.97 average. The hit speed for Yadi.
Off-speed pitch, so it's not going to be as high as Got that ball up there, but it was inside out stroke. Sends it out to right field. Exactly like you laced it out there. Something coming over back at 100 miles an hour.
Here's a 1-0 pitch. Craig hits into a double play. 4-6-3. So 2 away, and it brings in Johnny Peralta.
You know, one of the guys that really wants to see Alan Craig start swinging the bat like we know he's capable, Matt Adams. He's tired of answering questions about being the cleanup hitter.
And right now, though, with the way that he's hitting, and conversely, the way that Craig is hitting, you can understand why you have the switch. Here's Peralta. He's 2 for 29 to start the year. His hits have been home runs. He takes a pitch for a ball.
Johnny Peralta's going to hit. It's an offensive weapon. Changing leagues. You know, with interleague play, that's not as dramatic as it used to be, because you do have a little feeling about pitchers on other teams now.
1 ball, 1 strike. Samardzija, spelled Samardjiza. It's of Serbian descent, pronounced Samardzija. Outstanding wide receiver, All-American at Notre Dame. Couple of hops to short. Castro flips it over to first casually. The stretch there by Anthony Rizzo. Matt Adams with a double into the corner and right. Advanced to third on a wild pitch, and then brought in by Yadier Molina. 1-0 after 2 here at Busch Stadium. As Joe Kelly finishes up his warm-up tosses. General manager of the Cardinals is John Mozeliak, and he's standing by with Jim Hayes. Jim.
All right, Dan, thanks a lot. Mo, an update on a couple of the injured guys first. I know Jason Mott threw a simulated game today. How did that go?
Everything I heard about it was very positive, which we're glad to hear. Velocity was up to 92, so that's encouraging that directionally that's going in the right way, and overall he felt great. So I think he's taking positive steps, and hopefully he'll be back soon.
Mark Ellis dealing with tendonitis. He's kind of stepped up his rehab, but we're told no timetable for his return. Is there an update on that?
You know, I'm hopeful that he'll go out and join the Memphis club, hopefully Sunday or Monday, get a couple games under his belt before returning to the club. I think it's important for him to get some at-bats, given the fact that the time he's missed and he's not likely going to come and be inserted right into the lineup from day one.
We see a couple of guys in the lineup off to slow starts, guys with track records. Allen, Craig, Peralta. Any concerns there?
Not really. Clearly, when you think about Allen Craig and Johnny Peralta, historically they've always hit. So I believe they'll do that. You know, it's one of those things, though, as you start to put more and more pressure on yourself, you're trying to have that one swing make up for it. So hopefully they're willing to be patient with it. And as long as we have other people contributing in our lineup, we should be okay.
Different feel in the GM's box because Chris Carpenter is in here. What's it like to have him as part of the organization?
Well, it's great to talk baseball with him, and you know, he's just trying to understand the business side of this game and look at it from a different perspective. But he is nice, and I think he'll add a little bit of muscle to the box, which is important.
It means if I come knocking, he might answer.
Well, I think you should knock and not just barge in like you most recently have.
My apologies. Thank you, Mo.
You're welcome.
Danny?
All right. Thank you, Jim. Next time, duck. That pitch is taken outside by Ryan Kalish.
Kalish, non-roster invitee, originally signed with Boston.
3-2 pitch. And a fly ball lifted out to center. Borges is back. And he makes the catch. Well, tonight it's the Michael Wacha bobblehead. Tomorrow, the replica ring giveaway of the National League champions. And Sunday, Yadier Molina, Adam Wainwright take home their gold gloves. And you can too, a replica. That'll be this Sunday. Tickets still available at cardinals.com/promotions. By the way, you saw John Mozeliak wearing the bow tie. There is a theme night
Bow
coming
tie
up.
night, right?
It's going to be Mo tie, not Bo, but Mo. That'll be Monday, May 12th. The Cardinals bow tie, and Mo wears that to honor his grandfather, who used to wear bow ties. So Mo started to do it. It caught on. And it's brought this team some good luck. So you can take home a bow tie on May 12th, but really a neat part of that, and I know you've been a part of these, Al. Wellington Castillo is at the plate. John, for a select number of fans, will do a private Q&A. And it's not your normal Q&A because he's very forthright with what he has to say. He's honest. And the fans ask anything you want, and he'll answer it. So it's something that's a fun night. Cardinals.com/theme. Another fly ball. Borges over. Makes the catch. 2 away.
You know, every manager says I have an open door policy. Some managers, you don't want to go in that door unless you really expect to hear the truth. You may not like the truth, but even if it's something you don't want to hear, then it's up to you as a player to change that attitude and turn that around. So you always respect honesty.
Jeff Samardzija at the plate. Samardzija on the first pitch. Home run distance, but yanks it foul.
You mentioned just a great athlete. He was well touted. It was going to be a first-round draft pick as a baseball pitcher, but because of his two-way and his success in football, an All-American, he fell to the 5th round.
I went back and looked at some of the draft boards of that season, and some had him in the NFL as being a top 15 pick overall. And that's why he received a very lucrative deal from the Chicago Cubs. The check swing, and he went. Strikeout of Samardzija. The first of the night for Joe Kelly. He is smooth in center and one of the fastest players in the game. Peter Borges under the watchful eyes. Some of the fans in center field. on Fox Sports Midwest is brought to you by AT&T, Rethink Possible, and by Schnucks. This Friday night at Busch Stadium in St. Louis, along with the Mad Hungarian. Al Raboski, Dan McLaughlin with you. Rick Horton, Pat Paris, they're over at Ballpark Village. Jim Hayes is with us as well.
Never like to see that with a trainer looking at a pitcher's finger on his pitching hand, a callus or a blister. They'll do a lot of little things, you know, and with Wainwright's breaking ball, you could see how he would develop that callus. Okay to have the callus, you just don't want the blisters.
Here's a strike to Peter Borges, and explain why, Al, for the pitcher and why they do develop that.
Well, because of the friction on his curveball is going to be that you know, the middle finger, and he's snapping off that curveball. You get a lot, you catch it on that seam, and you really have to develop a callus on that finger so you can do it without developing a blister. Sometimes a blister can really just destroy a pitcher's career.
Little chopper slowly hit to second, and Borges is out by a step. Well, tonight the Blues are taking on the Stars, and you can find the game on Fox Sports Midwest Plus. Just head to foxsportsmidwest.com for channel numbers.
They're going to get it straightened out. They're going to get it straightened out, Mr. McLaughlin. They're just teasing people, waiting for those playoffs.
I'm getting a little worried. I'm sorry, Al.
And you're even more worried when I'm giving you confidence.
Man, if you're saying I don't need to worry, now I definitely am worried. Here's Joe Kelly as a hit this season. Good hitter at the plate. Matter of fact, in one spring game, he had 3 hits.
And you got 2. We talked about Samardzija being such a good athlete. Well, you're looking at one from the Cardinals pitching staff. Joe Kelly, obviously the fastest of the Cardinal pitchers.
Is it far-fetched to say that Joe Kelly is behind Peter Borges and Wong in speed? I think it goes Borges, Wong, and then Kelly would be right there.
I don't think there's any doubt about it.
We saw him make his debut in that game against Miami a couple of years ago, and
routine ground ball to shortstop, but he beat it out and ended up being the winning run.
Watch him run here. And he is out at first.
Loves to show off that running speed, and disappointed he's not safe, but no, he feels when he's in the batter's box he's an athlete. He was an outfielder in high school, didn't start pitching I think until he got into college, and then was a college closer. Bang bang play. I think they get the play right.
I find it incredibly interesting of when the ball is actually in the glove, which is something we talked a little bit about during spring training. The idea is that as you get a look at Carpenter, who singled to left center on a 2-2 pitch, is that the ball is not officially in the glove until it hits the back of the glove. However, very tough to tell when it actually is in that glove and hitting the back of the hide. And you can go frame by frame in super slow-mo, and still that ball would not be hitting the back of the glove for a couple of frames.
Absolutely. And an umpire's positioning, he can't see with that glove, you know, closing. He can't see when it hits. A lot of times they go by sound, the umpire.
I've heard most umpires, that's the way they do it.
Hearing the foot on the bag and the ball hitting the leather of the glove.
1-2 the count.
What if you're hard of hearing?
Well, better hope replay's pretty good. And that's out of play.
Oh, we know you can be blind and be an umpire, but you got to hear.
Are you calling these umpires
Just some of them. Just some.
Mice. Is that what you're saying, Al?
No, I'm not calling them 3 blind mice. You get thrown out of a game for doing that. That actually happened in a minor league game where the public address announcers started playing the song. Right. 3 blind mice, and the umpires threw them out.
There's a strikeout on the inside corner of Matt Carpenter. First of the night for Samardzija. To start this year, Miller is 0-2, and Lance Lynn, he's a guy that's gotten a lot of run support and has benefited from that, but that's a look at the mixed results so far.
Well, I think Lance Lynn would take the 2 wins and no losses, even with the high ERA. But don't forget Joe Kelly. Joe Kelly now has got his ERA down to 1.08, looking to win his second start.
Matchups for this weekend and tomorrow and Sunday will be right here on Fox Sports Midwest. Carlos Villanueva, Adam Wainwright tomorrow. On the air at 12:30. Edwin Jackson, part of the 2011 World Champs, now pitching for Chicago, and he'll go against Michael Wacha on the air at 12:30 on Sunday.
No rhyme or reason, but you know, Adam Wainwright, you would think one of the elite pitchers in the game would have much better numbers against Chicago, and it really doesn't.
Especially at this
and
ballpark.
At this ballpark, it's been even tougher, so have to turn that around.
Chicago last year 66-96, 5th in the Central. They were 28th in the major leagues in scoring last year. They have made no secret about it. They are rebuilding. And they do have some top prospects in their minor leagues, but still at least a year or 2 away.
Yeah, probably more like 2 years away from the majority of them. And I think the one thing, Dan, is they really are starting to come up with some outstanding position players in the minor leagues. And I guess, you know, they're really not that high on too many of their pitchers. So I guess they're going to try and grow their position players within, and then have to try and buy pitchers on the free agent market.
Fan base that has just suffered for so many years. And Theo Epstein and Jed Hoyer have talked about this is a slow rebuilding process. They were able to draft well in Boston, develop their minor leagues there. Hit on the ground to short, taken by Peralta, 1 away. They're asking for the fans to have patience. They're not going out and signing big free agents. And like you said, Al, it's probably a wait and see with that until they go out and make that big splash on some of those big free agents, because if you do it now, are you just wasting money?
Got to have guts to ask the Cub fans to have patience, don't
I would
you?
say, man. It's a lot of patience. Well, there's a fight about the rooftops now, and they're trying to generate more money in the ballpark. Their TV deal is coming up. Will they get more money for that? Can they squeeze something out of that? That's been talked about. Luis Valbuena grounded out to Joe Kelly first time up.
Ricketts family, what do they own? 95% of the team, and then the Tribune Company owns the other 5. So I mean, they're even talked about, you know, soliciting some new minority ownership. They just want your money. They don't want you to have any voting rights. But everybody says that if the Cubs ever do win, you know, it's going to be historic. A celebration, what's going to happen to that town, and I mean in a positive way.
Ground ball hit to second, taken there by Colton Wong, shifting to his right to make the play. Well, tonight let's catch up with the Milwaukee Brewers, playing very, very well. Off to the best start in the Central Division, 6-0, first time since 1987. They've been 6-0 on the road. What a relief. Well, we bring that up because the relievers have given up a total of 3 runs in 29 innings, and Ryan Braun is back. He had a 3-home run game against the Phillies last week on the road. Reception has been brutal at times, but they say he's the type of player that blocks it out, and he's back in the middle of that lineup and producing.
Well, we know he's an outstanding talent. You know, no matter what violations he's made when he first came up, you know, he was an outstanding player his first year and right on through.
Rizzo skies one into center. Borges back on the track with room. In a 1-2-3 inning for Joe Kelly. Coming up for St. Louis, it's Wong, Holiday, and Adams. St. Louis on top. You know what that means? 50-cent drinks. They're back this season. Cardinals score 6. Get any size coffee, fountain, or frozen drink for just 50 cents the next day. So keep the savings going all season long at your nearest On the Run.
There's Ritchie. He was part of the signing autographs before the game.
The Budweiser Bash.
One of the few of many that have played for both the Cubs and the Cardinals. A Zamboning machine.
Here's Colton Wong. Wong lined into a double play his first time up. Jeff Samardzija from Valparaiso, Indiana. Mentioned he was a wide receiver at Notre Dame. Was reserved for his first 2 seasons, you may remember. Then his junior year set a single season school record in both receiving yardage and touchdown receptions.
So he still throws that mid-90s fastball, but sometimes they say he just doesn't give it enough credit. And he's gotten away from his split finger pitch. But I think with these left-handed hitters, that'll be his dominant off-speed pitch.
There's a broken bat and a base hit into right. Well, Jeff Samardzija can look up at the scoreboard and say, here we go again. How about this? Most starts with none of run support since 2013. He's had 11 of those starts and 4 consecutive starts going back to last year with no run support. Man, oh man. I'm sure he feels he has to be perfect.
He does. And he's on the bad side of a 1-0 decision right now. But you know, it's a good lesson for young pitchers. You can only control what you can control. You can't control your team's offense. So just go out there, attack the hitters, do the best job you can. Always think of a shutout. You give up 1 run and then say, I'm only going to allow 1 run.
Runner goes, and Holiday pops it up. Wong can't find it. Now he does. Has to hurry up, scamper back to the bag, and it's dropped.
Well, he has no chance. Cardinals have had 2 running plays that really the runner has no chance. You know, Carpenter's up the line drive off the bat of Wong. And here, like you said, he had trouble, didn't know where it was. He picks up his third base coach. This is the big league, so you expect that to be caught. He misses it, and then the ball dribbles to Bonifacio for the force out. Just the way Samardzija drew it up.
Must have lost it in the sun. Here's Adams with a double down the right field line that came around to score. The Cubs, they'll take that exchange, having Wong in the dugout. Now Holiday running the bases. Outfield is deep.
And here's a situation where I just don't get it. And I've seen the Cubs do this before. You've got Holiday, who has no threat to run at all, a left-handed power hitter at the plate, and then you've got Rizzo, the first baseman, holding him on and playing in front of the bag. You're just asking for trouble right there. You could play behind him, put yourself in a better defensive position, and still keep Holiday in check. Makes no sense, does it?
We've seen where teams do it both ways. They'll say take Rizzo and move him off the bag a good 3 or 4 feet, 5 feet, basically where Holiday is now.
If he just played right behind him right there, and then he can retreat back and further off the line. But playing there, you're really handicapping yourself defensively. Now watch him hit a line drive right where he's at and get a double play, but chances are he's going to hit one to his right and down in the corner. Not with that swing though.
2-2.
Totally fooled on that pitch was Matt Adams. Set up away, just threads it out there, gets him to chase it.
Samardzija with 1 strikeout tonight. 33 starts a year ago. His strikeout rate was 23%. So nearly a quarter of the hitters that he saw. And there's a strikeout of Adams. Looking for something else.
You wonder here that, the call goes Samardzij's way, but look where the catcher's set up. They want this ball down and away. Totally misses his target. Usually, even though that ball is right in the middle of the plate, a lot of times an umpire won't give it to you because you totally miss your location and where your catcher's asking for the pitch. I don't think there's any doubt that that ball was right down the middle, but sometimes you don't get it when you miss the glove that badly.
Here's Molina as a lone RBI tonight. And a strike. Yachty with a single to right field after the double by Adams. He advanced on a wild pitch and brought him in. Big gap in left center.
See if they don't predominantly work Yachty away the way they have him defended in the outfield. On the infield, they're expecting him to roll over on a ball and hit it to the left side. But in the outfield, they're playing for him to hit it out into right center. Yachty has good power to right center, but you see that big gap out in left. Gets ball in the inner half, he could turn on it.
This Cubs job, there's no doubt, it has beat up many a man over the years trying to manage the Chicago Cubs. And since the start of the 2009 season, the Cubs have a winning percentage that is only ahead of Houston, and not by much.
Well, we even talk about experienced ball clubs, that there's so much teaching at the major league level. Well, when you got a reclamation project like the Cubs, you're out there teaching every single day.
Let's see what Yachty can do on the 2-1. Looks at a ball. Alan Craig on deck.
The guys all talking about what they're seeing, and Samardzij tall, kind of strides out there, reaches out, and it looked like Carpenter was saying that the ball really cutting. Late movement on it, becomes very deceptive.
There's another broken bat on a hop hit to second. Bonifacio makes the play. Cardinals strand a runner, their first of the night. It's Cardinal Nation, the restaurant inside Ballpark Village. Participating McDonald's restaurants in St. Louis are offering a free small McCafe coffee during breakfast hours now through April 13th. No purchase necessary. Our studio in Ballpark Village is something else. It's our 21st season of Cardinals telecast on Fox Sports Midwest. Robotic cameras over there for 1,300 square feet. That studio, to make sure that you and Rick have enough room to deal with all the autograph seekers. Those that want to get close to you, Al.
Keep
and it's
on
all
talking.
over there.
Keep on talking.
I think it's great.
We might let you come over there sometime.
No, you won't invite me.
If we can get your head in the door.
Good to have you back, Al. There's a base hit into right. Nicely done.
That away, partner.
The replica ring, we'll give it away tomorrow. Cardinals.com/promotions.
Another beautiful, beautiful ring. Absolutely so gorgeous. The one side, it kind of looks like the uniform. The uniform on it, and what a great little add-on to it inside the ring. A remembrance for Stan the Man.
It's a base hit by Shearholtz into right, and here is Ryan Sweeney. He singled to right on a 3-2 pitch. Third baseman Matt Carpenter well off the line, in on the grass. For a right-handed pitcher, Joe Kelly, we've talked about how athletic that he is. Well, that athleticism is also part of a very good move. Quick feet.
That's it. That's the key, Dan. If you're going to have a good move there, particularly if you're right-handed, you have to have quick feet. There are some little tricks of the trade to kind of have a cheat move. Sometimes you'll bend that front knee ever so slightly, and then the runner's looking for first movement. He sees that, he'll break, but then you bend it so quickly and throw to first base that it's a balk move, but a lot of times you get away with it.
It's only happened 7 times since Yadier Molina made his major league debut in 2004, where a team has 3 steals against him. That happened in the finale against Cincinnati on Wednesday.
Well, that only happens against Yachty if the pitcher allows it to happen. Shelby Miller, one of the things he needs to work on is quickening that move, paying more attention to the runners over there, because they're not stealing off of Yachty, they're stealing off the pitcher. Because a guy like Joe Kelly that pays attention, has got those quick feet, will give Yachty a chance to throw him out.
1-2 the count. Jim was talking about Jason Mott, potential of his return, and he was in town late Wednesday, here yesterday, checked out by the doctors. They had the event with Cardinal Glennon last night, and then back out to Florida this morning. There's a ground ball, could be 2. Out at second, out at first, it's a double play. The second time the Cardinals have turned a 4-6-3 double play.
What a perfect relay throw from Wong to Peralta. Quick feet as he spins and throws that ball, but then he hits him chest high right there. Just absolutely perfect. Runner coming down him. Peralta knows how to get away with it, but you can't make a better throw from Wong to the shortstop. We're going to fall in love with this infield defense. Going to really help this pitching staff out.
Here's Starlin Castro. I was about to say, though, Al, they have told Jason Mott, when you come back, don't be satisfied about just coming back and getting your velocity to where you think it needs to be. Come back and let's make an impact late innings when you get here. That's the mindset.
I mean, right now they want him to come in and be that reliable guy, 7th, 8th inning. You know, right now you'd almost like to see him take over what Carlos Martinez is doing of late. And John Mozeliak said his velocity is up to 92. He's just really at what, 1 year in his recovery from Tommy John, so that will continue to increase.
1-1 is a fly ball lifted out to deep right, and making the catch on the track, Alan Craig. Leadoff hit, a race with a double play. Castro flies out to right. Craig due up when we come back. .com and bet on your favorite mobile phone or tablet. Get live look-ins, instant replay, scores, stats, audio, free MLB.tv, game of the day, and more. Download on the App Store. Visit Cardinals.com today. No surprise, it's a sea of red here tonight at Busch Stadium. All the crowds for this homestand expected to be well above 40,000. As Craig hits a ground ball to second. Bonifacio, one pitch, one out.
Be a bunch of pitchers going to pay, aren't they?
Right now, Alan Craig is 3 for 33 to start the year.
He's such a good hitter throughout his career and the best in all of baseball with runners in scoring position, but just not happening right now. But someday it's going to turn. Same thing for Peralta.
Johnny off to a 2 for 30 start.
Not too long of a track record being an offensive player.
Here's the 0-1. Make it 0-2. I thought we might be talking more about his defense or at times lack thereof, and that has not been the case.
He's made all the plays.
Been fine.
And the Cardinals felt that he was a better defensive player than what some statistical graphs would show. And their own internal defensive charts, he was a little better than average. All you have to do is just make the routine plays.
Two and two. Rotation for the Cubs features Samardzija, Travis Wood, Edwin Jackson. We'll see him on Sunday. Jason Hamill and Carlos Villanueva also has worked out of their bullpen. They want to go inside again. They have Jake Arrieta, who's on a rehab assignment. No timetable for his return. And also James McDonald. Remember him with Pittsburgh. He had some good starts against the Cardinals. Hard-throwing right-hander. He's out with a shoulder injury.
Villanueva, you mentioned, pitched some in relief. Because of those extra inning games in Pittsburgh, he got 2 losses.
3-2 is hit to the left side and taken by Luis Valbuena. What's on tap? To look at what's coming up tomorrow. Brought to you by Budweiser. Villanueva 1-2. Adam Wainwright 1-1. Deserved a better fate on Sunday against Pittsburgh. It will come your way at 12:30 here on Fox Sports Midwest. Our Budweiser What's on Tap. Here's Peter Borges. Had an interesting conversation with Adam about your second time out, Al, and he said one of the things he's been trying to really express to the rest of the staff is that gets through Rizzo and into right. Borges thinking 2. On his way to second and sliding it safely.
Now, if you're the 8th place hitter and there's already 2 outs, that's not a bad gamble right there. With his speed, you leave the batter's box thinking 2. We talked earlier last inning when Rizzo was holding a runner on Holiday, but this, because of the speed of Borges, he was playing in. He was on the grass, not on the outfield. If he's playing on the outfield or in the infield dirt, he probably makes that play, but it got underneath his glove. And even at the big league level, if you test the defense, you're aggressive, they'll make a lot of mistakes. Not a bad, no mistake there, but he outran the baseball.
And Kelly, hit by the pitch, slams his bat.
Joe Kelly thinks he's an athlete, and I guess Samardzija does too. See where it hits him. Right above the elbow. It's non-throwing arm. That's why they always try to have, if you're a right-handed pitcher, they want you to bat right-handed, so your pitching arm is behind you or to the side. You don't protect.
So they continue to check on Kelly. The point that Wainwright was trying to make to me the other day, to get a look at his reaction, was that second time out, your velocity dips a little bit if you're a starter because you're so hyped up in that first start. So don't look at the gun. Don't be worried about it. Just make pitches.
And we did see that first time through, a lot of the guys were throwing harder.
Absolutely.
Than we're accustomed to because they are amped up.
Now you bring up an RBI man.
Exactly. Now Samardzija has done a good job of containing Carpenter, but he is 1 for 2 tonight. If there was intent, we're not sure why, but as a pitcher, a lot of times, you want that hitter to think you were deliberately doing it so they'll get out of their game.
The Cubs used to talk about that football mentality with Samardzija and controlling his emotions. Sometimes his emotions would get the best of him early on in his career. They feel that he's become a much better pitcher because of the fact of just what you saw. Yeah, he hits a guy, but yet keeps his emotions in check.
It's always great to have that football mentality, but like you said, you got to be under control. You can tone it down, but if you don't have any emotion out there, I think you're a loser.
Samardzija, along with Castillo, both thought that was strike 3.
Well, he set up inside, and he hits his target, and what a pitcher's pitch, but it doesn't go his way.
It's like when you miss a pop-up, it seems like a major league hitter makes you pay so many times. If an umpire misses this type of pitch, a guy like Matt Carpenter can make you pay.
Sometimes too, you miss one and they try to make it up, and you know, it doesn't even it out when you're doing it that way.
Two and two.
Another close pitch inside, and you know, Matt, I think has struck out a few more times this year than what he's accustomed to. He has such a good batting eye, and his eyes and his assessment haven't quite matched up with the umpires right now.
Carpenter pulls it foul. Singled on a 2-2 pitch his first time up. Went down to get it. Drove it into left center.
And we saw last year that Carpenter, the deeper he goes in a count, the better he is as a hitter. He can foil off a lot of good pitches, just waiting for that one mistake.
The 2-2. Colton Wong on deck if Carpenter can extend this inning. 2 outs, runners in scoring position. Carpenter, in his career, .346 hitter, was just unbelievable with 2 strikes a year ago.
Now you run it full count with 2 outs. The runners are moving. With Borges' speed, a base hit to the outfield, you got another run. Things you got to avoid as a pitcher. You never want to walk anybody, but allowing guys on base to have a 3-2 count and 2 outs, that's another no-no.
Here it comes. Carpenter with a fly ball into shallow center. Ryan Sweeney is there. The Cardinals strand 2. They've left 3 on. 1-0 St. Louis. West live in Ballpark Village. make sure you head on down if you're coming to a game to Ballpark Village this weekend. Let's get you caught up. Just joining us on this Friday night pitcher's duel, Joe Kelly. Very effective here tonight. 5 innings, couple of hits, 1 strikeout. And he's had the help of a couple of double plays. Both have been 4-6-3. In-game box score brought to you by Subway. And the only RBI tonight for Yadier Molina.
Both pitchers have induced 2 double plays. They help themselves out. They're also not walking anybody.
You were busy yesterday. You had an appearance for our friend Steve Uline, did you not?
Yeah, Gander Mountain. Really nice to go out and see their new store out in Fenton. Red Shandy's, Mike Matheny, John Mabry, Matt Adams, and myself were out there signing autographs. Had a great time, met a bunch of nice people, and can't wait to go out there and really get a chance to check out that store. And I know where I'm going to make a few purchases too.
Gander Mountain, huh?
Yeah.
Not a lot of experience inside the Central Division. Clint Hurdle, Ron Renicky, Mike Matheny, Rick Renteria, and Brian Price. And those are the years with their teams inside the Central. Clint Hurdle had time, obviously, with the Rockies. Matheny in his 3rd season.
Ron Renicky's beating Clint Hurdle tonight in Milwaukee 4-0.
Check swing and a strike on Ryan Kalish. Are you buying in on the Brewers yet?
Yes, I think so. I think their pitching staff is a lot better. You know, they keep on trying, and they might have stuck with a few of their starters now. And you already mentioned their bullpen is doing very, very well. That's a nice combination. They got a lot of offense. So I think that's probably going to be a 4-team race again in the Central Division.
Breaking ball and just missed. Kalish has fly to center. It's 7, 8, and 9 in the lineup for Kelly, who's been very efficient here tonight.
He's throwing a bunch of fly balls, but then he's also, when he's got a guy on base, he's known how to get the double play ground ball.
Peter Borges with 5 putouts in center. Here's a 3-1. I'm sure Joe Kelly is sick of hearing about how he is a 5 or 6 inning pitcher, a guy that's young and strong. I'm sure he feels he can go a lot deeper into games. A way to change that is to be more efficient, and he's done that tonight.
I describe him as a 5-6 inning pitcher, and he's got a chance to change that, but he's never been through the 7th inning.
A 3-2 pitch. Got him on the outside corner. And the 2nd strikeout for Joe Kelly.
Yachty set up away. Ball down and away. Yachty, one of the best at framing the pitch in the game, and that'll give his pitchers an extra so many strikes, and this one is a key one. You know, one of the byproducts, Dan, of the, what we call it, the challenging system, is that they had to hire 2 new umpiring crews. Well, we're getting a lot of new umpires in the league, and like tonight's home plate umpire, Gabe Morales, this is the first time I've ever heard of his name.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. You know, we're getting guys that are getting their first taste of the big leagues for an extended period. They may have been vacation umpires. There's a fly ball, shallow left, and it drops in for a hit. Wellington Castillo is 1 for 2.
Some of these young umpires getting a chance at the big league level. Their strike zone may not quite be established, but we've also seen some of the veterans in the early goings. Their strike zones are kind of wavering also.
Well, you go the game within the game. Remember, Joe Kelly was just hit by a pitch up and in by Samardzija moments ago. One out, runner at first. Yadier Molina gets the signs from the dugout, then flashes those to his defense.
Joe Kelly, predominantly a fastball pitcher. He got ahead in the count there. And now that he's ahead, we'll see if he elevates the fastball, trying to get Samardzija to pop it up. Tried right there. You're either going to pop it up or you're going to do what he did. Just can't come up with a bunt.
Al, you know what else is very interesting about the signals is that it really is a two-way street in communicating from the bench to Molina. Molina actually will give signs back to Mike Matheny and indicates, hey, the guy's slider isn't working. His curveball is off now. So it helps Mike make some decisions too if the pitcher is tiring. Bunted in the air, doesn't matter. That's strike 3. Second strikeout for Kelly, and third tonight. If you want a great deal on Cardinals tickets, fill up at Phillips 66 with 8 gallons or more now until September 19th. Receive up to 50% off on a pair of tickets to a Cardinals home game. For more information, visit cardinals.com/Phillips66. But a two-way street between Yadi and Mike Matheny.
Mike Matheny treats Yadi as an extension of the coaching staff and a very valuable part of it. Yadi can go out there and he's got such a feel, and I think Mike Matheny was that same type of catcher when he was catching for Tony La Russa. That they demand a lot. Tony demanded an awful lot from his catchers. And, you know, Mike was well schooled, but there's no position that is better to learn how to manage than to be a catcher.
Here's a 1-0.
You're running a pitching staff. I think, I'm trying to remember, but I think there's 13 major league managers that were former catchers. And I think since 2000, every year there's been at least one new manager that was a catcher that's come into the game. As a catcher, you're running the pitching staff. You got such a responsibility.
Brad Ausmus this year with Detroit. That's up the middle and past the diving shortstop Peralta. Emilio Bonifacio with his 20th hit this season. Folks, he had 19 hits in the first 9 games of the season for the Cubs. That hasn't been done in their franchise's history for 100 years.
He's bouncing right over the middle, got enough of it to where he gets it on through. Bonifacio's already had a 1-hit game, a 2-hit game, a 3-hit game, a 4-hit game, and a 5-hit game to start the season.
That's incredible.
He had a career high 4-hit game, and then the next day he went 5 for and got 5.
Luis Valbuena 0 for 2. The Cubs have their first runner at second base tonight. First time it has happened.
And Dan, for whatever reason, Joe Kelly's pitched very well, but here you are in the 5th inning. You got to start keeping a close eye. 6th inning, but this is what I'm talking about. You know, this is where, for whatever reason, you know, things just start getting nice. It's only 73 pitches, so it can't be a fatigue factor.
Joe has allowed 4 base hits, 2 in this inning. Here's a 1-1. Tapped foul. So a chance to put away Luis Valbuena.
Now, Yadi also has a sense of timing.
Sure does.
And here with 2 outs, a 1-2 count, breaking ball there that he swung and fouled. And Yadi goes out there and talks to him, make sure they're on the same page. All these pitchers are they're going to follow what Yadi puts down, but it's really it's the opportune time to go out there and just make sure, just a little reminder, hey, you're pitching a great game. Let's make sure you get this through this inning and keep this a 1-0 ball game. Won't be worrying about trying to get through the 7th or 8th inning. Just give me one more good pitch and get out of this inning.
The 1-2. Off-speed pitch, ground ball. Kolwong is there. Over to Adams, and the Cubs strand 2. Wong, Holiday, Adams, all coming up. Jimmy.
Dan, Matt Adams says the main reason for his red-hot start isn't that he's learned how to hit left-hand pitchers or that he's learned to deal with the shift. It's because his right elbow doesn't hurt. He had all kinds of elbow issues last year to the point where he had that custom-made brace. He ditched that brace early in spring training and now sits stuffed in the back of his locker. His elbow is pain-free. And Dan, he says the fact that he lost so much weight, he's more energetic. Whatever it is, Dan, it's working.
There's no doubt. And Matt Adams is due up third in this inning. He has scored the lone run tonight and has one of the Cardinals' 5 hits. Good point. Good stuff, Jimmy, with the elbow. That would make a huge difference.
Remember, he got up to a great start last year, and then he had an oblique muscle strain that set him back. And then late in the season, that elbow started acting up for the 2nd year in a row.
The more I watch Colton Wong, the more I really like him defensively.
It's very smooth. You can just see his instincts are very natural.
Nine for 59. That's what he did last year when he was called up. Made his debut at Wrigley Field in Chicago. And it was sparse playing time down the stretch, and then getting picked off of first base in the World Series. There was a lot of pressure on him coming into spring training.
You know, it wasn't only 9 for 59, because I think he had about 5 hits in the matter of 2 games. You know, so he really just, defensively, you know, he didn't let those offensive problems affect him defensively.
We were watching him early this spring. It just looked like a player that was very tight, high strung, and now you're seeing a guy that is very relaxed.
Well, his mother passed away this off season, and you know, worked very hard with his dad. Really tried to do everything he could and came in good shape.
3-2, lifted out to center. Ryan Sweeney is back, and he makes the catch. Wong is 1 for 3.
That's what pitchers are going to try and do to him, trying to get him to hit the ball in the air.
As promised earlier in the game, we have the AT&T fan photo of the game. Tweet your photos to hashtag STL fan photo for a chance to be shown in an upcoming broadcast. And there it is, at Gary Haha Hartley. Matt Holliday is 0 for 2. Cardinals beginning 20 games in 20 days and playing in 26 next 27 days as Holliday hits it out to right. Shearholtz is there. 2 outs. Well, don't miss Fox Sports Live as the crew brings you the latest news and highlights from a full day of the baseball games, all night games this evening. NBA winding up along with the NHL. Fox Sports Live only on Fox Sports 1. Tough stretch of games right now for St. Louis beginning tonight. I look at this as being one of those situations where if you go back to 2004, the Cardinals in the first month or so played .500 and then that team just exploded. I could see the same thing happening here.
There's an awful lot of general managers that they'll say that first 40 games or so, they're happy if they play .500. And it's not always easy to play a team like the Cubs, a rebuilding team early in the season, because those losses haven't mounted up yet. They still think they're a very competitive team. And the longer they stay with you, the more they feel that they have a chance to steal a victory from you.
Adams breaks his bat, goes the other way, and that's a base hit.
I was talking about that signing we had yesterday at Gander Mountain, and Matt Adams was sitting next to me. I can't tell you how many fans came up and said, "Hey, keep on hitting the ball to left field. Keep on hitting the ball to left field." And he was kind of impressed that how much people were paying attention. And it's not that he's trying to go that way. What he's really doing is, as Jim said, his elbow is healthy, but he's going with the pitch. That pitch is down and away. You're supposed to take it that way. It sounds easy, but it's not always easy to do. You hit the ball where it's pitched. But here you see this ball coming in on him, so it's an off-speed pitch. He turns on it. Now a pitch down and away, and he just goes that way with it. That is hitting.
Molina is 1 for 2. So that broken bat by Adams. We've had 4 or 5 of those with these hard throwers here tonight.
Sometimes he'll get in on the hands and break a bat. Other times you hit it right off the end of the bat. And with the thin handles and all the weight at the barrel, that bat will shatter.
There it is again.
And on the hands.
Another broken bat here tonight. Hard throwing Jeff Samardzija. Hard throwing Joe Kelly. Cubs Cardinals in a weekend series. to StubHub, and you can earn 2% back in fan rewards on every purchase. It's StubHub. Real key inning now for Joe Kelly. The 7th inning rolls in. Anthony Rizzo, Nate Scherholtz, and Ryan Sweeney. 3, 4, and 5 in the lineup for Chicago. That's a look at his line.
Bears repeating once again, Joe Kelly has never completed a 7th inning. He'll give you these type of starts where he goes out there extremely competitive, keep his team in a ball game, but he's never gone through 7 innings, so they've got activity in the bullpen, but let's see if he can't get through it. Still got plenty of pitches left. That pitch count where it is.
Carlos Martinez getting loose, the flamethrower for St. Louis. Rizzo twice is flied out to center. See all the broken bats. The players usually order those by the dozen, and it's tough to tell what the bat that Rizzo has with the black paint on it. On deck man Nate Scherholtz might be able to tell the grain, but the wider the grain, usually the less that they chip.
You know, we always were taught to have the length and the weight very similar, so it's balanced. But today's bats are so light.
And you hit it on the head, Al. It's the handles that are sawed so thinly that you catch one off the end of the bat, that baby's going to shatter.
You just have the thin handles, so all the weight's at the top end. You hit off the end of it, and it'll snap. And if you get in on the hands, it'll break.
It's a good changeup there by Kelly.
Used to be all bats were made of white ash, and then now we've heard an awful lot about the maple bats.
The 2-2.
I asked Bob Watson one time, because you always hear of wood. I've always heard hickory was the hardest wood. Whether it's the hardest, but it's one of them. And he said he asked a bat manufacturer to make him a hickory bat, and they said we can't. He goes, what do you mean?
Colton Long was about 10 yards out on the outfield grass and misplays it.
Kind of ate him up at the last hop, came up higher on him. Kind of got underneath or above his glove. See him out there. No, watch it come up there and actually hits him on the wrist. And almost feeling like he's playing that far back, he could allow the ball to play him. Be a little more aggressive. That's what they've tried to get Starlin Castro to do. Help his feeling. Make sure you're coming in on the ball and you're controlling the hop.
Nate Scherholtz with a base hit into right. Colton Long, I'm sure he was a little worried maybe about the hop with the lip of the grass there too, with that coming into play, but bottom line, he's got to make it. So it's an error charge to Wong.
Second error of the year, 8th overall for the Cardinals. They made some crazy, silly errors early in the in the first couple games.
1-0 pitch on its way.
You should have one out here, but you can't worry about that. You just got to go out there and try and get 2. But falling behind in the count doesn't help that cause.
See Yachty wants it down low. Some of these pitches starting to elevate. The 2-0. Little flare out to left. That'll drop in for a base hit. Rizzo stops at second base. So the first 2 have reached.
Ball running down and away, but it's a nice piece of hitting right there and gets his signal. That Scherholtz his second hit of the game.
Runners in scoring position. The difference in this game, Yadier Molina, the base hit, scored Matt Adams. When Tony La Russa was here Dave Duncan would tell you that all decisions were, as far as pitching, were made by Tony, when to take a pitcher out. And in this particular case, Derek Lilliquist will tell you that this is a joint decision between the two. A lot of input coming in from Derek, a lot of input from Yadier Molina.
I think that's smart. You know, as Mike Matheny doesn't have that long pedigree of managing. Matter of fact, he's just the 3 years here at the major league level, so he hasn't developed. He's got pretty good instincts, but you know, why not get some more input to make that decision? He'll make the ultimate decision.
Now it's Ryan Sweeney.
The one thing, when you're going to get Carlos Martinez up, you know, you usually have to bring him in.
Cardinals have turned 2 double plays tonight. 1-0 pitch. Exploding fastball at 94, 1-1. Defensively, the Cardinals, Peralta trying to keep the runner close, Rizzo at second base, Wong more towards the first baseline, and then big hitting lane to the left side with Carpenter playing in a few steps.
And they got Holiday, the left fielder, playing relatively close for a left-handed hitter to the left field line.
1-1 is past Peralta. Base hit out to left. The throw will be cut off, and this game is tied. The air by Colton Wong. The hard hit ball by Rizzo, and he comes around to score.
Now they kind of thought he was going to hit it that way. They wanted the ball inside. It stays outside. Easy to hit that ball to left field. Got a tie ball game. Now you got to keep Kelly from losing this ball game, and that'll be up to Martinez.
So Joe Kelly pitching into the 7th inning, cannot record an out. And he'll exit with this game tied up at 1. Carlos Martinez coming on when we come back. Presented by the authority of the Cardinals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the St. Louis Cardinals. Some of the sights from tonight's game were tied up at 1-1. The Michael Wacha bobblehead night. That's it for Joe Kelly. It's up to Carlos Martinez now. Runners at first and second. And nobody out. Chevy Cole to the pen, and a hard throwing a right-hander, Carlos Martinez.
Already his 6th appearance, and he has done a tremendous job. Remember, he's supposed to be the 8th inning man, because of not having a reliable 6th or 7th inning reliever, all of a sudden you're using Martinez a lot sooner.
Here's Starlin Castro, grounded into a double play. And he also flied out to deep right.
And once again, Joe Kelly has never pitched through the 7th inning. Bad luck with the error, but then a couple base hits afterwards.
Castro taps it foul.
That's something that just gets in your head. Mentally, you're going to have to find some kind of little way to make him realize, okay, now you're coming to the 7th inning. You're going to have to do something a little different. Just really go out there and really concentrate from first pitch. But until you've got to, Mike Matheny has to do what he did, and that's get a reliever ready.
He's a very good slider. That's where Castro had all kinds of problems a year ago. Chasing that pitch on the outer half that breaks out of the zone. They feel that he's staying on the pitch, on the baseball a little longer this year. And also taking that ball to right.
Well, there's no doubt he has a wealth of talent.
The 2-1, runners go. Breaking ball, swung on and missed, and gunned down at third is Sherholtz. You're not going to surprise that man, are you?
Well, you're not going to surprise him, but they're also hoping that there's contact being made. And you're hoping he hits it on the ground. But when you swing and miss, then it's just no place to go but run into the tag. Nobody better than Yachty, and as you say, you're never going to catch him surprised. And that wasn't what the Cubs were trying to do. They were trying to have contact on that play. You run the risk. You could possibly hit into a triple play, but
the 2-2 popped up. Colblong. You also, though, run the risk of running yourself out of an inning.
Well, that's why I say they were wanting contact.
So now there's 2 outs.
Well, Samardzija does have a run this year. Joe Kelly just hoping he gets no decision. And Yachty out for one of those real important talks right now with 2 outs.
Ryan Kalish flying to center, was called out on a 3-2 pitch, borderline, back in the 6th. The Cubs have a lefty that's throwing in their pen.
Wesley Wright, I believe. Remember the former Rule 5 pick for Houston a couple years ago?
They also have James Russell out there. Gave up a long home run to Pedro Alvarez yesterday. One-0 pitch. Martinez is questioning. So you're going to look at Wright. That was rule of the ball. Made a fool of the home plate umpire. Now Molina talking to the home plate umpire too. 2 balls and no strikes. May have been one of those instances where either he was fooled or by the ball getting away from Molina. And sometimes the umpire doesn't pick it up all that well, and he's having a long conversation right now.
I don't see this very often that an umpire will allow him to do that, especially with the mask on top of his head, but Yachty's getting his say.
The 2-0.
They're going to go ahead and put him on.
Well, this season it's Saturday baseball. Then it comes to America's newest sports network, Fox Sports 1. This week, Red Sox head to New York. Fox Sports 1, your home for baseball every Saturday, starting this week at noon. And to find Fox Sports 1 on your cable or satellite provider, just go to foxsports1.com.
Long playing right behind the second base bag, so they're expecting Castillo to pull the ball in the infield. Moved a couple steps back to a normal position at second.
He singled to left his first time up. Runners at first and second. Well, the Cardinals begin a tough stretch. The Cubs in the midst of a very tough stretch. 18 of their first 21 against teams that were above 500 a year ago. Good pitch. 1-2.
95 miles an hour. Inside on the hands. Look at the sinking action on that pitch.
All Kelly can do is watch.
Don't forget, he kept his team right in this ball game. Even if they do give up this run, but Martinez is not going to let that happen.
2-2. Third baseman Matt Carpenter very close to the line, late innings. Outfield is shallow. The 2-2. Out of play.
Martinez could throw nearly 100 miles an hour with his four-seamer, but it's a sinking fastball that is a much better pitch because it has such great movement.
Jammed him. Slowly hit to Peralta. Thought about going to second. Throws a strike to Adams. The Cubs have tied it up, and it's time to stretch here at Busch Stadium. Innings, 6 hits, 1 run tonight. Our difference maker in this ball game, and really all season long, has been Carlos Martinez. May have gotten away with that pitch. He's our BJC Healthcare difference maker. Carlos Martinez. Again, Joe Kelly effective.
Very effective. He'll get a no decision, but boy, he pitched into the second third of this ball game and 1-1 game. Samardzija, their starter, still in it. He's due up first, so his last inning of work.
There is Alan Craig. Fastball and a strike.
Cardinals can get something going here. They've got Segrist warming up.
Craig has bounced into a double play and also grounded out to second, 0 for 2. We've seen teams really bust Craig inside here in the early portion of this season.
Now, Allen hit so well, and he always talked about using the big part of the field, hitting it up the middle, and just the timing just a little bit off, and those balls up the middle now are finding a fielder.
The 0-2. Watching intently right now is hitting coach John Mabry. Not sitting down, he's standing up to take in this at bat from Alan Craig, just to detect anything that they can find one way or another.
Mabry very positive in that dugout. Everybody likes him. 3 times he was a Cardinal. Great lesson to be learned there. Don't burn your bridges.
1-2 pitch.
Just a little bit late on some of these fastballs and just timing a little bit off. Alan Craig is just a natural hitter. One of these days he's going to wake up and he'll start hitting again.
Off speed pitch, little flare that'll be caught by the second baseman, Bonifacio. Time for a Mazda game summary. We're tied up 1-1. Samardzija and Kelly, both good starts. Cubs righty still in the game. Sweeney 2 for 3 with an RBI. Yadier Molina, he picked up the first RBI of this series and the game tonight. Back in the second. There's Johnny Peralta, and he's 0 for 2.
Johnny's got 2 hits on the year. We've talked about both of them being home runs, and just wonder if he might walk into a mistake here.
Big gap in left center. 0-2. Coming into the season, Peralta signing a big deal 4-year contract with the St. Louis. Important for him to get off to a good start, and that has not been the case. He is 2 for 31 to begin the year. Samardzija overthrew it. 1-2.
Most of the time, a player that signs that big contract goes to a new ball club, you try and do too much. Kind of a self-inflicted.
So the strikeout, that's 3 tonight. Starters with 200 innings pitched, 200 plus Ks last season. Kershaw, Lee, Waino, Samardzija, and Hamels. And tonight, just the 3rd strikeout for Samardzija.
I find that kind of strange. That really one, that there's only so few guys that go 200 innings, but in today's game where strikeouts are so prevalent, you would think more pitchers would have more than 200. And I know that graphic was pitchers that had 200 innings and 200 strikeouts. There's only 5. Samardzija won, and we'll see one of our guys, Adam Wainwright, tomorrow.
1 ball, 1 strike.
If Peter Borges can extend this inning, John Jay will pinch hit.
On the outside corner, and Samardzija hops off the mound. On Fox Sports Midwest, let's go to our studio. Pat Bear is standing by with a Bommarito Sports Update. Pat. Carlos Martinez in his second inning of work. Justin Ruggiano is the hitter, pinch hitter for Jeff Samardzija. So Cardinals will get into the bullpen of the Cubs.
Samardzija, great outing for him. He's hoping his offense can reward him, but 7 innings, just the 1 run.
Into right, and that'll drop in for a base hit. So Ruggiano, who was with Miami a year ago, a base hit into right, and that's how we start the 8th inning. The top of the lineup, Emilio Bonifacio.
Kevin Segrist is warm. Bonifacio is a switch hitter. Then you have 4 straight left-handed batters.
He's showing bunt, and it's strike 1. Bonifacio with a base hit. The center field back in the 6th was left stranded. Is grounded out to third and grounded out to short. Cubs with a right-hander getting loose in their pen. Cardinals have turned 2 double plays. Bonifacio gets the bunt down. Yadi thought about going to second. Gets the shore out at first.
That's it, Dan. Even though that bunt was just a couple feet out there, it just wasn't worth the chance. You didn't want to end up with runners at first and second, nobody out. So you have to get an out. And we're going to have a double switch. As we got the 4 straight left-handers, they'll bring in Kevin Segrist.
Fox Sports Midwest. Our Chevy call to the pen takes us to the hard-throwing lefty, Kevin Segrist, and this will be his 6th appearance. The ERA deceiving. He's been very good at times this year.
He was outstanding when he came on board a year ago. At that ERA, lowest .45. Descalzo will go in and play shortstop. He'll be the leadoff hitter in the Cardinals' 8th inning. And then the pitcher spot, Segrist is in the 7th spot, Johnny Peralta's. But with the Cubs having 4 straight left-handers, you don't mind ever seeing this matchup, or you don't mind if they counter and start bringing in their right-handed bats. They'll deplete their bench. And Kevin Segrist, another guy that wants to be a starter, you have no problem seeing him face a right-handed batter. Mike Olds was acquired from Texas in the Garza deal.
And he looks at ball 1 as Molina hesitates in throwing that baseball back, and I'm sure he's questioning this strike zone. Where is that pitch? It's right down the middle.
Once again, he set up inside, so it looks a little awkward when he catches the pitch away, but it was right in the middle. You should be able to see that.
1 ball, 1 strike. Segrist, the 3rd pitcher used by Mike Matheny tonight. Kelly 6 innings. Martinez an inning and a 3rd. Ruggiano is the runner at second base, and here's a 1-1.
Cardinals got to get a little offense going, as you already used one of your big weapons in Martinez. Now you're using your second one in Segrist, and there's you're going to see why Mike Matheny's not afraid to see Segrist face a lefty or a righty.
One-two pitch.
Alt has really good power. Young man we mentioned came from Texas. Last season was just a throwaway year in winter ball. He got beamed and had vision problems most of last year. Also experiencing shoulder problems, having trouble throwing from third base.
The 2-2. Cubs are thrilled with what they got back from Matt Garza in that deal. This guy they feel could be a steal if he can get back 100% healthy, and you talked about it, the vision issues that he's had. A lot of people around baseball are pulling for him. The 2-2. Ground ball and a base hit. Ruggiano had to hesitate. Make sure it got through. It did, and the runners at the corners now for Chicago. This is where you need Kevin Segrist to come up with a strikeout with the left-handed hitting Anthony Rizzo.
Just muscled that ball, got it inside a little bit, muscled it, pulls it through the left side.
Al, you talked about it earlier. They look at two things that's happened with Anthony Rizzo in spring, early portion of this season. One, not worrying about the shift. Hit it to all fields. Don't worry about it. And the other is that they feel he's been much better against left-handed pitching.
Comes with confidence.
Spins away from a fastball.
He's 1 for 6 off of Segrist. Couple strikeouts.
Popped up. Carpenter will give it a look, and it's out of play. Rizzo twice his flight out to center. Breaks his bat on that last pitch. Reached on an error in the 7th by Colton Wong and came around to score the tying run. We're tied up. It's 1-1 near the top of the 8th.
Come in with 1 out, runners at first and third. Are you thinking of a pop-up? If you get to 2 strikes, you can think strikeout.
Runners at the corners. 1 down. And a 1-1 pitch. All right, you've got him at 1-2, Al. You've got a tremendous fastball from Segrist. You've got a very good slider. What do you think he comes with here on 1-2?
It's not what he comes with, it's what the hitter thinks he's going to come with, and that's because he's got 2 exceptional pitches. Try to go with the fastball away. Does a good job. Just get a piece of that. Waiting for a mistake pitch. You got the best catcher in baseball. Excellent at blocking balls in the dirt. Even with the runner at third, you wouldn't be afraid to throw a slider, something down and away, even bounce it, and know that Yachty will protect it. Working in.
1-2 is a ground ball pulled foul.
Now that you showed that pitch in there, and if you're going to go in, you'd much rather have it a lot higher. Tie him up with his hands, but you can either, in the hitter's mind, is okay, he came in, does he go away now? Where a lot of times a hitter doesn't think about doubling up and get another pitch inside.
The 1-2 pitch from Segrist to Rizzo. Here it comes.
Good fastball there, but just a little too high. Doesn't offer. You can tell Rizzo's just a lot more confident standing in that batter's box.
I agree.
It's the way he's taking some of these pitches that he's seeing well. Now you got the slider coming.
The 2-2. And a fly ball lifted into right. Catch is made. Runner tags up, and the Cubs have the lead. It's now a 2-1 Chicago lead. Rizzo with the RBI, his 6th.
Good battle there, and Rizzo, give him credit. Got a hanging pitch, and he was able to drive it far enough for the sac fly. See, it's a slider, but you see it up there, not where Yadier wanted away. The bench got to be excited, especially Samardzija, as he's gotten his first 2 runs of the year and may get his first victory.
Inning started with Ruggiano as the pinch hitter for Samardzija. Singled. Moved up on Bonifacio's sacrifice. Mike Alt came off the bench. Quick move that time. And Alt singled to left, and with runners at first and third, Rizzo drives in Ruggiano.
Now that line drive out to Alan Craig, it looked like it handcuffed him, and lucky he held on to that ball.
Nate Shearholtz at the plate with 2 outs and a runner at first. That run charged to Carlos Martinez, and right now he's on the hook. Shearholtz, a 2-hit night. And Ryan Sweeney, good look at the center fielder for the Cubs on deck. Cardinals have Descalso, Carpenter, and Wong due up. Mike Matheny double switching Descalso, but in doing so he puts 3 consecutive lefties in the lineup. There's 2 lefties out in the bullpen for Chicago.
Just about a new coaching staff for Rick Renteria, except for the pitching coach Chris Bazio. Everybody else is new.
David Bell now wearing a Cardinal uniform. He was with the Cubs last couple of seasons. Two and two the count. Outfield is straight away. A 2-1 Cubs lead.
Cardinal victories, they're averaging about 5 runs a game, but in their losses, very similar to this, virtually no offense. Very few hits, not taking walks.
3-2. Out to shallow left, and Holiday comes up short. Alt was hustling all the way. Throw to the plate is not in time as the ball gets away. And just like that, it's 3-1 Chicago.
Cardinal fans and even Mike Matheny is not used to seeing Carlos Martinez and Segras give up hits, let alone runs. Holiday tries to come in here and make the great catch, but in sliding for it, he allows them to get an extra run. One of those times where you appreciate the effort by a fielder, but sometimes you play it a little more conservatively and you keep them from scoring.
Assuming it's a base hit, then an error.
I think that's what they're still trying to figure out. Looked like the runner, when he crossed home plate, kicked the ball away.
And it is. They just ruled it an error on Holiday. That's it out of play. 0-2. The Cardinals have committed 2 errors tonight. Both have been costly.
Talked about one of the keys of the game is to get on top and stay on top. Cardinals just couldn't pile on. And also, when you're playing a club like the Cubs this early in the season, they're dangerous. The longer they stay with you, the more they feel that they can beat you. And then you make a couple mistakes. More the case, the Cardinals have made mistakes that possibly lose this game rather than the Cubs beating you.
I would say this: the Cardinals so far played sloppy baseball this year in general. It hasn't been that crisp look that we saw for the better part of last season. It's not to say that it won't happen here. Just game number 10 tonight, so we've got a pretty long way to go.
But to your point, you got 9 errors on the young season.
Exactly. Strikeout of Brian Sweeney. Midwest is brought to you by Budweiser. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. And by Ford, the official cars and trucks of the St. Louis Cardinals. A 9-hit attack by the Cubs. It seemed like the Cardinals, even though it was a 1-run lead, had control of this game. And now they trail by the score of 3-1. Pedro Strop, our Chevy Cole to the pen. And the Cubs love the life, the action, the pitches from Pedro Strop, projected to be a future closer for the Chicago Cubs. Fastball, slider, and he throws hard.
Another one of these guys that can touch triple digits. And Dan, you know, last year everybody talked the novelty of all the hard throwers in the Cardinal bullpen. But I think as you go around baseball, you're going to find that all these franchises are coming up with these hard young throwers out of the bullpen.
as Descalso hits it out of play. They have Pedro Strop, and then Jose Veras is penciled in with a big eraser as their closer.
They signed Veras with the idea that when you have leads, you need to close them out. I think that's one of the most important things when you have a young ball club in a rebuilding phase, is the times that you do have a lead, you better be able to close it out, or if you lose your ball club.
And Descalso, a swing and a miss, and he strikes out, and we're underway here in the bottom of the 8th. The bullpen for the Cubs was second in the National League in blown saves last year, and they did get 33 saves out of Kevin Gregg, who wasn't even brought back. Cubs will still have to go through the heart of this lineup before it's all said and done. Matt Carpenter got it started back in the first inning on a 2-2 pitch. Base hit to left center. Was called out on strikes in the third. And flied out on a 3-2 pitch to center with 2 runners on in the 5th.
Over the course of the year, these numbers are going to change, but in the early going, in the Cardinals wins, they're scoring 6.5 runs. In their losses, 2.2.
1 ball, 1 strike. They have Jose Veras from the right side, Strop, Justin Grimm, Hector Rondon, and Brian Schlitter. On the left side, they've got James Russell and Wesley Wright. One and 2 the count.
You're a fan of that cockeyed hat on the head, aren't you?
Oh yeah, I love it. Fernando Rodney.
I saw Luke doing it the other day.
You will not see Luke McLaughlin doing that. And if you do, tell me. Maybe I actually can make the statement, Al. Maybe I'm getting old. I don't get it. The 2-2. Waiting for this Cardinals offense to come together and string some hits together, and more times than not this year it just has not happened.
Well, like last year, they hit into a ton of double plays. You know, tonight's ball game, the first 2 innings, they get something going, and the double play puts a big stop sign in there. And Dan, for years I've been telling you I don't understand what you're talking about, so it's about time you're catching up.
I understand.
You're coming of age. That's a start.
It's a walk to Carpenter on base for the second time. 1-out walk. And it brings in Colton Wong.
We talked about earlier that, I think Carpenter struck out a few more times because he has such a good batting eye, but his eye hasn't been in concert with the home plate umpires. But that is something the Cardinals don't do a lot of, and it can help their offense immensely.
Samardzija did not walk a man. Now the tying run is at the plate. We saw Colton Wong hit for some power in spring training. So he had a team high 18 hits.
The bookend is that they feel he's going to be a real good hitter, but the one weakness he has is in the power department, and he doesn't have to hit for power, just hit line drives, hit them at the right spot, and they can be extra base hits.
pitch that really separates Strop from many. The hard throwers, especially out of the Cubs bullpen, is his slider. His slider is nasty.
We saw it a little bit when it's inconsistent, but when it's in the strike zone, it can be very nasty. Like there.
That. Yep.
Or gets you to swing at it, and that's it. And it really is, we've seen it really neutralize these left-handed batters. Slider coming in on them, and look at there, it goes around.
Here is Holiday.
Enough of those sliders, you're going to hang one.
Over 3 tonight. 2 ground outs. Also flied out to right. One ball, 1 strike.
These Cub pitchers are doing a good job of getting in on the right-handed power hitters. Every hitter loves to get their arms extended.
And no doubles defense here by Chicago. They are awfully deep.
Deep and bunch them in the outfield.
One and 2. Mixes in a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Then that slider. Boy, he is tough.
Well, that's why they project him, possible closer mentality. Pitch as a setup man, gains some confidence, experience. Watch for the slider away.
Two and 2 the count. Phillies defeat Miami tonight 6-3. Tampa Bay behind Price. They beat Cincinnati 2-1. Milwaukee wins again. Francisco Liriano is 0-2. Peralta picked up the win. 4-2 over Pittsburgh. Milwaukee now 8-2. And time is called. Cardinals have a road trip. Will start in Milwaukee Monday night. 3 with the Brewers, 4 with Washington, then 4 with the Mets. Long road trip coming up.
Cardinals in the month of April gotten to know their suitcases pretty well.
We come back home for a week or so and then back out on the road for another 3-city road trip after that.
Late May, it'll all pay off.
A lot of home games. Here's a 2-2 and blocked very nicely by Castillo. All right, your Pedro Strop. 3-2. And Matt Holliday could send one into the seats.
The pitch that you feel like you have the most control of should be your fastball. The pitch that you probably want him to get himself out on is the slider. But do you walk him?
We have Matt Adams on deck, who has 2 hits. Runner goes, and that's taken for a ball. Stayed away from that slider. And Strop just missed on the outside corner. A little intrigue here in this 8th inning with Adams coming up.
Well, good at bat by Matt Holliday. Gets it to this 3-2 count, and then he's aware that he's got that slider, but started off the plate and it broke away. Close, but it broke away. And this be the time to see the big man hit his first home run.
Well, Rick Renteria is saying this is my 8th inning guy. He's a power pitcher. We don't care if it's righty or lefty. This definitely would have been the time that you go to a left-hander. James Russell has proven to be a very good one over the years. No activity in the Cubs pen. Rosenthal now up and getting loose in the Cardinal pen. Outfield is deep. Ryan Sweeney is nearly on the track at center. 2 outs, 2 on. First pitch is strike to Matt Adams. Adams tonight, a double down the right field line. Scored the only run of the game for St. Louis. Was called out on strikes in the 4th. Then a single to left with a broken bat. The 0-1.
That's swinging the bat really well. Seen that slider very good to left-handed batters, but the running action on that fastball just started on the outside corner and ran away.
Strop already at 22 pitches. The 2-1 out to right and caught. Pedro Strop, a scoreless 8th. 3-1 Chicago. (103) 43903. And Pat Neshek is into the ball game for St. Louis. Our Chevy called to the pen. Already the 6th appearance for the right-hander.
I think he's a little bit like Randy Schoch. The more work he gets, the more he's going to refine his pitches and be a big help down there in the bullpen.
Thought you told me that thing behind the mound doesn't help the pitcher.
It doesn't. See, look, he had to go back again.
Yeah, you're right. Better get that tongue depressor out. The only thing they've done in 30 years to help the pitcher.
Where'd you ever hear that?
A strike to Starlin Castro, and we're underway. Cardinals still have Molina, Craig, and the pitcher spot, Neshek spot, due up. 1 ball, 1 strike on Starlin Castro, who is 0 for 3. Hit into a double play, flied out to deep right, and popped out.
And the Cardinals only have 6 hits on the night, but it'll be very interesting to hear both locker rooms and their assessment of the home plate umpire.
What's been your assessment?
I think he's still trying to find a strike zone.
I agree. Good slider by Neshek and a strikeout of Starlin Castro.
Get down there, and then he jerks the ball. It just kind of changes the look from all the different arm angles you see coming out of the Cardinal bullpen flamethrowers. Not that he can't hit, the low 90s. But when he finds that release point on his slider, it just is such a different look. Initially, you kind of think of him as only going to be facing right-handed batters, but like Randy Schote, they've asked him now to get right-handed batters out, and they're going to ask Neshek to get lefties out. Make good pitches, you can get anybody out.
2-0 on Ryan Kalish. Pat was telling me the other day his velocity has been up a tick or two as he tried to regain that fastball. There it is at 89, but he surprised himself a little bit in spring training. He said it's around 91, 92, and by his estimation he threw about 85% sliders last year. There's a base hit into right center. He said when you throw that many sliders, you're going to lose your fastball. So 1-out base hit.
Can't really say it's a submarine. It looks like it's going to be submarine as he goes down there, but then he just kind of jerks the ball, and you see how the arm angle will come up almost 3/4 and releases it. So it's really a little deception there. Just wish he worked faster.
Need to be around him after like a large pot of coffee. 0-1 pitch. There's that slider again.
Yeah, when he gets it there, it's very difficult to hit. Also, the benefit the young relievers will have having another voice, a veteran voice down there to kind of guide them through, and some of these Cardinal relievers haven't ever failed.
0-2 pitch. Outfield very shallow for Wellington Castillo. Single to left back into 6th. He's flied out to left center and grounded out to short. 1-2 pitch. Outside, 2-2.
He had 8 home runs last year. I'm not a big home run hitter, but it is a little surprising how shallow they are playing.
Did you see what happened with Michael Pineda last night? The
pine tar or whatever he's got on it.
Had the pine tar on his hand. Foreign substance, certainly, and Major League Baseball said that there'll be no suspension for that. There's a strikeout again with the slider. It's always interesting to hear the other side, and the Red Sox didn't say anything about it. You may recall Clay Buchholz in Toronto last year was dealing with something on his arm and his hair.
And then you hear the commentators that played the game offensively, say that, oh, he can't do that. But then someone will say, well, I'd rather, if he needs it for a grip, I'd rather have him use something and then be able to throw strikes.
Cooler weather. Talk is, as you would know, Al, that the balls are a lot slicker in the hand. And I buy that for about 5 seconds, and then I think, well, he's probably using it also to get a little tighter spin on the slider and a little better grip of the baseball to throw other pitches. Pat Neshek has struck out 2. He's allowed the base hit. And he has Darwin Barney at 0-2. I just see you smiling over there, Matt Hungarian.
You're never guilty unless you're caught. Darwin Bonnie, I can understand the outfielders being shallow. Darwin hits a line drive that catches, as a gapper. That's the way the Cardinals are scoring. It's tough enough to make a comeback with down by 2.
On the bench now for Chicago, they have Baker and Lake left. 0-2 pitch. In the hands of Barney. Has won a Gold Glove at second base 2 years ago. The start by Bonifacio. Some of that playing time has been curtailed. Bonifacio also playing in the outfield, as we mentioned earlier.
Got to ride the hot hand as you can, at the expense of Barney's playing time at second. Shaq's got his pitch count up there.
Now at 20, and he's a strike away from striking out the side. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs and a runner at first. We'll do it again.
Today's baseball and the pitch counts, not only for the starters but also for the relievers. And a lot of times, if a guy starts throwing 20, 25 pitches, they say he's off tomorrow, and in some cases off 2 days. I guess you can do that now when you carry 12 pitchers, but when you carry 9 or 10 pitchers on a staff, all hands on deck every day.
Real key at bat in this game was Anthony Rizzo facing Kevin Segras back in the 8th.
There's future Cardinals.
Yeah, they're hoping that it's a ground ball. Matt Adams has the baseball. They get the souvenir. They're lined up perfectly on top of the Cardinals dugout. Flip up a baseball. And right now, that's about the most excitement they've had all night.
He's getting a cramp. He has to go out and talk to Neshek. Tired of seeing Darwin Barney. Put him away.
Again, the Cardinals have Molina, Craig, Neshek's spot due up. Cardinals still have a very good shot to come back in this game, only down by 2. Good battle here with Darwin Barney and Pat Neshek. Borges makes the catch. Had him played perfectly. I want a ball now. Against the Chicago Cubs as we move to the home half of the ninth. Who got that baseball? But here's the deal. I think he's sitting with a Cubs fan. Paid you, Al. Jose Veras, our Chevy, called to the pen, so he is the closer. We've seen Veras bounce around. You see the ERA at 2 2/3. It's over 10, 6 walks.
Well, Veras has been around a long time, as you said. Been with the Yankees, the American League. He's been with Florida, Pittsburgh, Milwaukee, Houston, Detroit.
It's our Nissan drive of the game. And it was a hanging breaking ball. And sometimes you wonder about the pitch selection from this young staff. Is that the right pitch to get to Anthony Rizzo? Was he dialing in the fastball? You know, the fastball is Seagriss's outstanding pitch that he possesses in the mid-90s.
Well, I think the one thing is you got to remember, he threw the breaking ball, but he hung it. Throw a good one, doesn't strike him out. When Yachty called it, he didn't expect it to be a hanger.
The strike on the outside corner to Yadier Molina. Molina with an RBI single back in the second inning. Also is grounded out twice, and the Cardinals need base runners. Here's the 0-1.
Harris is 33 years of age now. Last year he's with Houston, 0-4. ERA under 3. Then he went to Detroit, 0-1 with a ERA at 3.2. Had 21 saves between those two clubs. crowd trying to get in this game, aren't they?
Cardinals just 6 hits tonight. 1-2 pitch to Molina. Well, dating back to last season, it had been 4 consecutive starts with no run support. 11 such starts since the start of last year for Jeff Samardzija, but not tonight. Got a chance to be a winner. 2-2. Milwaukee has already posted a win. Tampa Bay over Cincinnati, 2-1 in interleague play. The Phillies over Miami, 6-3. Milwaukee, Peralta gave them 7 innings, and the bullpen ERA now of the Brewers after tonight is .91. Here's a 2-2. Up the middle, base hit, and the tying run will come to the plate.
That's all you're asking for. Just have a competitive at bat. You take your chances. He's a strikeout pitcher. You strike out more than a batter per inning. And Yachty just battles him up there, muscles the ball through. One thing about Veras is he's surrendered 39 big league home runs.
And again, the Cubs coming into this series concerned with their closer. Here's Alan Craig. Hitless tonight, 0 for 3.
Time for Alan Craig to break out, and break out in a big way.
The 0-1. And that hit him. So Craig is hit by the pitch. 2 runners on. Potential winning run will come to the plate.
Ball running up and in, just grazes him, but puts the tying runs on base.
And now things get a little interesting. Runners at first and second. Rick Renteria out to question whether or not Craig was hit, and also wanting the umpires to come in and take a look, give their interpretation of it.
Now, these umpires are doing a very good job of trying to accommodate the managers, but looking for the headsets.
If you're wondering, this is reviewable. I thought we could hear it, to be quite honest with you.
It's one of those that you can ask the umpires, will you review it past the 7th inning? And apparently they're going to do so.
So what happens now is that Jerry Lane, who is the crew chief, he is the one that will be on the headset along with the home plate umpire.
Hard to tell by that angle, but right away Alan Craig reacted, and so did the home plate umpire.
We have microphones down there. I thought you could pick it up too. I thought you could hear something before the ball was caught. And again, it's tough to overturn the ruling on the field if the evidence against it is not easily detectable.
I think you said it stands. Hit him.
Yeah, so hit by pitch. And as you said, Al, it's very tough to take a look at that and say, well, he's hit or not hit by pitch. So what you have is that it's inconclusive. So then the call on the field stands.
Well, it wasn't that Alan Craig or anybody had to talk our home plate umpire into saying it hit him. He came out of his stance saying the ball was hit. Robinson will pinch run. That is for Alan Craig, the trailing runner.
And here is John Jay. Nobody out. The corners are in, anticipating the potential bunt. Jay squares, gets it down, and pushes it foul for strike one.
Doesn't have to be that perfect. Do want to bunt it down the third base line. Hard enough to get it by the pitcher. Make the third baseman come in and field it, and then nobody at third, so Molina can just walk over. Got to get the bat in fair territory.
Here's the 0-1 instead of check on Molina. You have to ask Molina to get a good secondary lead. Not great speed out at second base.
And that's why Veras goes back to spin back there just to kind of say, okay, we're keeping an eye on you. We're going to keep you close. There's
the bunt is down. It's perfect. So Jay advancing the runners into scoring position at now second and third. The other aspect of that replay is that Veras is just standing out there.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I say you don't have to make a perfect bunt. Just get it hard enough to make the third baseman come in and field it.
Point being, Al, you're just stuck out there in no man's land, and you're trying to have the emotions, the adrenaline going to close this game out. You're left to wait
with the challenge.
The replay, right?
Yeah, I thought, I kind of questioned that too. Was it really worth it to kind of get your closer out of sync? He did do the right thing and throw pitches while he was waiting.
Runners at second and third for Peter Borges. Base hit could tie it. And the ball gets away. Molina will score. That makes it 3-2.
Castro set up outside and the ball all the way across. It should be a wild pitch because the intent was it to be away. They call it a pass ball, but I disagree with that. You know, if you can't hit your spot in that situation, you're looking for a ball away. There's times when a ball's in the dirt and it's an automatic wild pitch that I also disagree with.
Infield is in for Borges, who has doubled tonight. That was back in the fifth. Here's a 1-0. 1 ball, 1 strike. In El Central, in save opportunities this season, there's been some issues.
Except for Rosenthal and the Cardinals.
Now time is called.
It's not a bad idea to get into the head of Veras. Call timeout. do a couple things.
The 1-1, they pitch out. Thinking squeeze. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Very difficult to defense squeeze play.
Here's a 2-1 pitch with the infield in. The slider did not go. 3-1. That's the pitch early on that Borges has been chasing.
The more you see it, the more you see National League clubs throw that to you. Eventually you kind of get a little idea it's coming, or get a little book on it, and you can tell when it starts out away from you, it's going to be out of the strike zone. Don't chase it.
And he hit him. Right now, Varys, the wheels are coming off. Still nobody up and throwing in the Cubs bullpen.
Tries to throw that slider and just doesn't stay on top of it. Kind of spins up there, and Borges just ever so calmly let it hit him in the leg. Vespasio, the pitching coach.
Descalso will be the hitter. He faced Pedro Strop back in the 8th inning and struck out. The tying run is at 3rd. The winning run is at 1st. Well, the Cubs in recent history have had issues with their closers here tonight. Varys, this being called a pass ball, but I'm with you, Al. It's more of a wild pitch. That allowed Molina to score. This is one of the most famous in that stretch run of 2011. Carlos Marmol on the mound. And a huge comeback for the Cardinals on the 24th of September. A must-win game and a walk-off wild pitch.
Talking about body language and how Samardzija had to tone things down. Sometimes I imagine the Cubs would like to just pump some life into Varys. To just kind of just blasé. Whatever happens, oh well, no big deal. Sure, inside he's amped up, but
you think about a steal potentially for Borges. There's the slider in the dirt for ball 1. The middle infield of the Cubs.
That's
double
Darwin.
Play depth.
And Barney stays in the game. He's playing second base now. Excellent defender. Descalzo's smart enough, just wants to throw that slider up there, take it until he gets a couple strikes.
The 1-0 pitch, instead a check on Borges. The Cardinals have very good speed on the bases right now. Borges the runner at 1st. Shane Robinson the runner at 3rd. Descalso has started this year 0 for 9. He'd love to change that here. Two 2-0. Rick Renteria is saying, okay, Jose Varys, this is all yours.
You got to find out about some of your guys. Can I trust you? Can I not? So you're going to be the closer. No sense looking over your shoulder. This is supposed to be your territory. Now you're either going to do it, or we're going to or if not, we're going to have to replace you down the road.
Nobody throwing in the Cubs pen. 2-0 the count on Descalso. Borges is running. And a stolen base from Peter. The winning run in scoring position.
And 3-0 on Descalso.
Matt Carpenter is on deck. A key steal for a couple of reasons. You think about the potential of a double play, but also puts him in scoring position.
Big reasons.
Middle infield is now in. The 3-0. 3-1.
Be very selective. Scalzo, look for your pitch. Look for your zone. If it's there, go to ripping. If it's not, even if it's a strike, if it's you're looking fastball and he throws a slider, take it.
Middle infield back to 3-1. And he walked him. Bases loaded for Matt Carpenter.
That strike zone is kind of moving all over the place for the Cub closer, and now you've got a great hitter up with just exceptional eyesight. He will make sure he has to throw him a strike, and you know how good he is with 2 strikes on him too. Not afraid to hit down in the count.
Bases loaded for Matt Carpenter. The first pitch to him. Ball 1. This inning started with a very good at bat by Yadier Molina. A single up the middle. Alan Cragnon hit by a pitch as you get a look at the numbers with the bases loaded. The sacrifice by Jay. Borges hit by a pitch. Descalso a walk. Will the Cardinals walk it off?
Arnie trying to call timeout to find out where the bench wants Rizzo to play. Now he's behind Descalso at first.
Wouldn't surprise me one bit if Carpenter takes a couple of strikes.
Exactly.
The 1-0 pitch.
He's got such a good batting eye, and there's really kind of that strike zone floating all over the place. You have somebody that really fights the at-bats like Carpenter do. You have the bases loaded. You know, it just makes it that much tougher.
Here's a 2-0 pitch to Matt Carpenter. Ooh, good cut.
That fastball was about 3 miles an hour slower than what we saw earlier as he's kind of aiming, trying to throw a strike. I was a little surprised he swung at that, but you know that that's the pitch he was looking for. Just didn't connect on it. A double play depth up the middle.
The 2-1. Carpenter hits it down the left field line, and that's out of play. 2-2.
$199 hits last year.
A 2-2 to Carpenter. Oh, wow. And Veras can't believe it.
I told you he has a great batting eye. That pitch could have gone either way, but it goes the Cardinals' way. 3-2 count, bases loaded, 1 out. Doesn't get any better than this, does it?
Three-two pitch. Carpenter drives it into right. The catch is made. 2 runners tag up. This game is tied. Robinson scoring the 3rd run for St. Louis. Colton Wong will dig in.
Tied the ball game. See Robinson go back and tags up. Borges at second, tags up and goes to third. Scores tied. If you've gone this far, you might as well close it out. And it's up to Colton Wong.
Wong is hit into a double play. A single into right. He's flied out to center, struck out back in the 8th against Pedro Strop. Wouldn't this be something for the rookie? Winning run is Peter Borges down at 3rd. Wong hits it to the right side. Rizzo bobbled it, and he's got it. The Cardinals pick up 2. They tie it up. They strand 2. Beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. The Cardinals come up with 2 in the bottom of the 9th to tie it up, and now it's the Cardinals closer on, Trevor Rosenthal. 3-3 game as we move to the 10th. Mentioned before, the Cubs are down to John Baker and Junior Lake coming off their bench. Pat Neshek, good work. Pitching in the 9th, we've had Kelly for 6 innings, then Martinez, Segrist, Neshek, now Rosenthal, and he will deal with the top of the lineup for Chicago. Bonifacio, Veras' spot, and then Rizzo. And the first pitch is right down the middle for strike 1.
Rosenthal has been outstanding on the year. Had the one time where he came in just to get some work, he got roughed up a little bit. But 3 for 3 in save opportunities. Hopefully we can get maybe his first win in this game.
That's slapped but foul. Well, you mentioned it, Al, earlier. You said you'd be interested in hearing not only from the Cardinals' perspective of things, but also Chicago. And at that point in time, it didn't seem like the strike zone had that much of an ill effect on the Cubs. But we saw it come into play there at the bottom of the ninth as Bonifacio waves at it and strikes out.
There's a thought with that good stuff that he has. When you can get a hitter to expand their zone, they're just falling into your trap. Try and swing at that pitch, especially if a little guy with no power. The only thing you can do if you hit it in the air, and there's going to be an out. And I think, you mentioned Veras. He's kind of been shaky as a closer this year. That was his 4th game.
Junior Lake pops it up shallow right, and the catch is made by Colton Wong.
Veras now in less than 4 innings. He's just given up 2 hits, but he's hit 3 batters and walked 6.
At some point, as you talked about, when you get a lead in a young team, confidence a big issue. Pedro Strop, you may have to go to him or look outside and get yourself a veteran that you think can get outs.
Well, they were hoping that Veras was their answer.
Yeah. Here's Rizzo. Shift was on. Backhanded by Colton Wong in a 1-2-3 inning. And the big bats are coming up for St. Louis and a chance to win it. Molina, Yachty, the one that got it all started for St. Louis to tie it up in the bottom of the ninth. They've stuck around. Hopefully you have as well. Thanks for being with us. You're watching Cardinals baseball on Fox Sports Midwest. The Mad Hungarian, Al Raboski, Jim Hayes, Dan McLaughlin with you. And Justin Grimm is our Chevy call to the pen, a 0 ERA. Opponents hitting just .217 in his 6 appearances so far.
Dan, you talked about that the Cubs were very happy in what they got in return from Garza. Well, we saw Olton this game. Grimm is another pitcher, and then they got one of their top prospects in that deal also, C.J. Edwards.
Grimm at one point was a starter with Texas, could be a starter down the line for Chicago. And working as a reliever, you're going to see a fastball and a very good slider. So Justin Grimm into the ballgame. Matt Holliday tonight 0 for 3 with a walk. Memphis Redbirds win their home opener over Iowa tonight, 8-5, and Oscar Taveras with 3 hits. September 18th of 2009, the walk-off homer to right field for Matt Holliday against these Cubs.
That was the one end of the Cardinal bullpen.
Matt Holliday was on a tear in the second half of 2009.
Did the same last year, was on a tear. Off to a slow start, but when it's all said and done, his numbers are going to be right there near the 300 mark. He's a career 311 hitter in the big leagues. He'll have 80 to 100 plus RBIs, and he'll do his fair share of long balls. He's a line drive hitter that is as strong as anybody in the game, and his line drives will carry out on occasion, or sometimes he doesn't often get underneath one and really hit a majestic home run. Some of those outfielders would like to play in the first row.
We are very, very deep. The 2-0 pitch to Holliday. You know he's got the green light. The 3-0 pitch to Holliday, and he draws a walk. 4 pitches. Winning run is aboard.
You get into extra innings, and a leadoff walk just spells doom. Just tells in this case, the Cardinals, that I'm ready to take the L.
The starter Samardzija did not walk a man in 7 innings. Since that time, the Cardinals have drawn 4 walks, and they've been hit twice.
3 hit batsmen on the day. Hunter Kelly was hit by Samardzija.
So here is Adams. Short lead at first for Holliday. Very nice stop by Castillo on the breaking ball.
That bounced 5 feet out in front of the plate. He's trying to overthrow it.
That is 5 straight balls for Justin Grimm.
This is Renteria, isn't it? Looks like Rick Renteria, the manager, coming out. He wants to say a little message. Hey, go out and have fun. Justin Grimm in last season made 17 starts for Texas. He was 7-7, 6.37 ERA. Was 0-2 with an ERA of 2 in 10 big league games for the Cubs a year ago.
Center fielder is Ryan Sweeney, and he's about 10 yards in front of the track and barely seen on our screen. Outfield, all 3 of them very deep. 1-0 pitch here to Adams. 2 balls and no strikes. Three and 0.
7 pitches, 7 balls out of the strike zone.
Justin Grimm is the 9th pitcher combined in this game. Keeps looking back at the mound. Doesn't seem to have comfortable footing. The 3-0. And it's a walk to Adams. 8 pitches. Back-to-back walks.
And once again, if you're not physically hurt and you can't throw strikes, it's all mental. Lack of concentration.
A real key at bat for the Cardinals was the first at bat for St. Louis in the 9th. Yadier Molina base it up the middle on Barris.
Cubs
he eventually came around to score off a wild pitch.
We know what a dangerous hitter Yachty is and what a clutch hitter, but if you're the Cubs, you're still thinking that if I can get a ground ball, I can turn 2.
The winning run is at second base. That's Matt Holliday. Outfield now is drawn in. A lot of hitting room to the left side for Molina. First pitch to him. I'm sure Yachty's thinking, well, 8 straight balls. He may try to groove one here.
That's right. I don't fault that. You know, rarely are guys given take signs today, and you're right. If you're thinking along with him, you sit there and you go, he's throwing 8 straight balls. He's gonna throw a get ahead pitch, and it might be half-hearted, and I'll be ready for it.
A check swing, and he went. 0-2 on Molina. It's worth repeating Yachty's 16 RBIs against Chicago last year, most on the team, as he hit .460 against the Cubbies in 2013.
Now he feels like he got cheated, as he did go around on that pitch. That should have been a ball. Tried to overthrow that breaking ball again.
One-two pitch. Yachty last season over 500 at bats, only struck out 55 times. What you do get concerned about, though, is the potential of a double play. A crowd tonight of nearly 44,000. Much of them have stayed, and if they have, they're on their feet. The 1-2. Strikeout of Molina.
Got this breaking ball over this time. It gets his punch out. Now he doesn't strike out that often, but here he chases one down and out of the strike zone.
There's Shane Robinson. He became a pinch runner for Alan Craig when he was hit by a pitch back in the 9th.
Shane, a high ball hitter. You get a fastball up in the zone, that's where he likes it. Not very big, but he'll get up on his tippy toes, or he'll do whatever, and he'll hit it on the line.
Strike one on Shane Robinson, who is 0 for 4 to start this young season.
Start him off with a breaking ball in the strike zone. Cosma is on deck. And you're down to Tony Cruz as the Cardinals' last bench player.
The 0-1.
Another breaking ball.
1 ball, 1 strike on Robinson. Winning run at second. That's Matt Holliday. One pitch. A fly ball near the line in right, foul territory, and Out of play. Fan runs onto the field.
Good effort by Scherholz there. Comes up a little empty. And it hard into that low wall and easy to go right over the top of it.
One-two pitch.
Getting a chance to see that breaking ball. Time to go home, Dan.
How about right now, the 2-2. Robinson breaks his bat. Shallow left. The catch is made. Holiday back to the bag at second.
Matt did a nice job reading that ball. Tendency is you want to just go ahead and run blindly, but he was able to just go halfway and then wait and see. He caught it and then get back before he could throw behind. So pull back Cosma with 2 outs, and Rosenthal, who was a shortstop in amateur ball, will get a chance to win his own ball game.
Wow. So they pull back Cosma, position player, and a chance for Trevor Rosenthal.
Swing like that, maybe they know something.
The winning run at second base, and the Cardinals closer is getting a chance to win it.
Be his win.
Here's the 0-1. I
Mike,
know Rosenthal's been dying for a chance like this.
yeah, and you know Mike Matheny's told Segras, Martinez, Schote, Neshek, these guys that, hey, you're going to have to expand your role. Well, maybe he's told Rosenthal they're going to have to at times go more than 1 inning too. You don't want to pitch, end it.
Interesting
I
move.
think he wants to pitch either way, but
Interesting move either way. 1 ball, 1 strike. Again, you have Cosma available. You have Tony Cruz available. And the outfield playing very shallow with Rosenthal at the plate. The 1-1. 1 ball and 2 strikes. One of my guesses here, Al, is that maybe Mike doesn't feel that he is protected in his bullpen with what's left in the innings.
well, we've said that
3 guys out there.
We said that, you know, he's done that when he didn't feel comfortable early in a ball game, that he's had to bring in Martinez 6th and 7th innings. I think it's not comfortable with protecting in extra innings. Get a feeling that Castillo, the catcher for the Cubs, is going to sleep well tonight.
Been all over the place. If you're wondering, Trevor Rosenthal's last hit was in 2012. By the way, that was against Tulsa at Double-A. The 2-2. Goodbye. All season long, Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. Well, Mike Matheny deciding to stay with Trevor Rosenthal to hit with the winning run at second base. So Trevor is available for the second inning of work out of the pen. You know, coming off the off day, certainly that would be an issue with wondering who's available down there. Everybody should be available.
Yes, everybody's available, all hands on deck. But
so you should feel protected in your bullpen. He's got 3 guys down there.
It's one of those catch-22s, Dan. You know, it's hard not to think that he doesn't have confidence in somebody down there, and by letting Trevor hit for himself with a winning run on base, scoring position, you basically have told those relievers how much confidence he has in him.
A 3-3 game.
Well, we've also said that, you know, okay, now if you know that, go change the manager's opinion of it. Show him that you can do the job.
Good changeup to Nate Schierholtz. 0-2. Schierholtz a 3-hit night.
How about last year? He hit 21 home runs. That kind of came out of nowhere, didn't it?
Yeah, he did, after helping the Giants win the World Series in 2012.
It's early in the season, and a lot of times your power pitchers don't get their velocity until later on, but Rosenthal's really been topping out about 95, 96 the last 3 outings.
And slices into the corner. 4-hit night for Nate Schierholtz.
Mentioned Schierholtz, you know, his first year coming over here, kind of a, you know, a good guy on a good ball club and everything, but to have the year that he had last year kind of surprised a lot of people. And here tonight, he's living up to the player that he was last year for the Cubs with 4 hits.
Here's Ryan Sweeney.
Another aspect too, Dan, you know, if you were to try and let Cosmo win that ball game, if its score was tied, you got Randy Schote for these first 2 left-handers.
Exactly. Now, an easy part of the equation for Mike Matheny was the fact that Rosenthal had a very efficient 10th. It was quick. This is only pitch number 12 of his outing right here. Adams with the tag. Sacrifice is good. This is where you need that strikeout.
And it's something that he's very capable of doing. But I don't know if you've noticed what I said, that last 3 outings, I think he's maxed out at 90, 95, 96 miles an hour. Not what we're accustomed to seeing, the 98 and above. Infield in.
1 out. Runner at third. The pitch that misses in. Well, it's not just Mike Matheny in that move, but there's been some moves on the other side that you look at. With Veras up and continuing to throw in that 9th inning. Clearly there was issues with him.
Mike out to talk here. They want to go over strategy.
Well, if you walk him here,
yeah, that's what
set up the double play.
What do you think about, you know, putting him on here? You've already fallen behind 1-0. Maybe just go after him another pitch or 2. But if you fall behind the count, then we'll go ahead and put him on. Try and see if he'll expand his zone and get himself out. Now they're going to intentionally pass him.
With the kind of start that Castro is off to, you can understand this move.
Very much so. And I like that you go out and you either find out what does Rosenthal agree with this, or just help explain it, why we're doing it. One time I had a game in New York, the game on the line, and Red wanted me to walk Dave Kingman and pitch to Ed Kranepool. And I called him out and said, if you're asking, I'll do whatever you want, but if you're asking me, I'd rather pitch to Kranepool. There was 2 outs. I want to pitch, I want to pitch to Kingman.
How about this? They bunt, it's popped up, the catch made by Yadier Molina. Oh my goodness. Can you believe this game? What is going on?
I do believe it, because we're watching it. But my point was, as we watch this right now, safety squeeze, bunts it straight up in the air. The runner doesn't come blindly in a suicide squeeze, but if the bunt gets down in the right position, then he can come and score. But now the Cardinals have their opening to get out of it.
Now it's Wellington Castillo.
Real quickly, on my point was, I wanted to face Kingman, the right-handed hitter, because I felt like I had to make a mistake to have him hit the ball, where Kranepool was just a big punch and Judy, a real exceptional hitter and RBI guy, but he was going to flare the ball, quail the ball. So I felt like I had better off to face the wild swinger.
It'll be a wild pitch. 1 ball, 1 strike.
And he let me do it.
So leadoff double in this inning. Then you take the bat out of Ryan Sweeney's hands, who has 2 hits tonight, including an RBI single in the 7th with a sacrifice. And this is hammered, and it's all for naught. 3-run shot. Wellington Castillo, his 2nd home run.
Second home run of the year. His RBI total now is at 5 with the 3-run bomb. We talked about how tired he must be. All the activity back behind the plate. Well, I guess he said he's tired enough. He's done his part to try and go home after this inning. Keep it right there.
Fly ball into right. Robinson is there, and he makes the catch. A 3-run homer. Wellington Castillo. You think he knew it? A 3-run homer off of Trevor Rosenthal. As we move to the bottom of the 11th. And again, the Cardinals only with 7 hits in this game tonight. Hector Rondon, our Chevy Cole to the pen.
Gotten off to a good start. Last year, he was a Rule 5 selection by the Cubs from the Cleveland organization. Pitched pretty well for the Cubbies out of their bullpen and off to a good start here.
Mentioned the Rule 5. He dealt with arm issues, and with the Cubs situation of being a non-contender, they were able to give him a spot. Peter Borges 1 for 3 with a double hit by pitch. The corners are in. Fastball and a strike at 95. Hard thrower.
Fourth batter hit by the Cardinals today, and always scary when it looks like they're saying a foul ball.
Yes.
Mike Matheny's not too happy about seeing all these pitches. Remember, Borges, there it is, a foul ball, but he had a wrist broken a year ago. And that ball keeps on chasing him, trying to get out of the way of it.
One ball and 2 strikes. Borges with a double back in the 5th. And he swings at the breaking ball and strikes out. 1 away. Game ends in this score 6-3 as Descalso is still looking for his first hit. One of the main questions will be for Mike Matheny, Rosenthal hitting for himself with the potential winning run at second base.
I'm sure he'll have a good answer. What it is, I'm not quite sure.
Little chopper to the right side. 2 down. Wellington Castillo is our Budweiser player of the game. He's been busy behind the plate. We've noted how well he's been blocking. But his bat, the difference, the 3-run homer. You had a position player and a chance to win it, 2 of them on your bench, and Pete Kozma and Tony Cruz. Not 1, not 2, but 3 relievers available.
A lot of times, Dan, I think managers are way too conservative with their backup catcher. You know, you're always worried about somebody getting hurt, putting somebody behind the plate that's not accustomed to it, but all you have to do is finish a game. Carpenter, I know the other day, was taking receiving balls and throwing Scalzo was always considered maybe an emergency catcher, but Carpenter also. So, I mean, it's legitimate to say, you know, sometimes Tony Cruz should be used as a pinch hitter. Especially with Yachty, you know, who's so durable and so tough. But all managers do it, don't they? Renteria is the same way. The only guy he's got left is his backup catcher.
Also, look back at the 10th inning. He had back-to-back walks, and Molina struck out.
And he chased the ball in the dirt.
Could have had him bunt. Also swung at the first pitch, but those were, at that time, items that we discussed that felt comfortable with Yachty. It's still not over yet. 2-out walk to Carpenter.
Cubs stole one from the Cardinals. It looked like, you know, Cardinals were going to be able to score when Grimm walked a couple.
And at that point in time, Yachty did not bunt. A pitch high to Colton Wong. But again, this one not over yet.
If Rondon picks up this save, it'll be his first save in the big leagues and only his second save professionally. His first one came back in 2005. His first year of pro ball.
Fielder's indifference for Matt Carpenter.
If they're going to give it to you, take it.
And this should do it. Cubs win it, and the final is 6-3.
Frustrating game for the Cardinals standpoint, but when they're not hitting and only 7 hits on the day in 11 innings, it's tough to win.
On to the postgame show. Missouri Lottery Cardinals live. Wellington Castillo 3-run homer, and that's the difference in the game.